Oh my goodness. Hi everybody. So many people here. Honestly, like y'all are absolutely wild. For anyone who hasn't been sitting in my chat for the past 2 hours, because there was a whole party in chat while Jay and I were setting up. There was like a level 2 or 3 hype train. It was a whole thing. It was absolutely wild. Y'all are unhinged for real. I appreciate you all so much. Let me do all the welcome-ins and all that. Okay, let's see. We've got a early crew of Key who somehow beat Burning, who's been here all day. Congrats Burning on the early crew, and Steven Sink, I'm sorry you missed it. It's not rigged, there were just a lot of you here already somehow. Also, so many loves! I love you too, Burning, and I love you too, Sinky Winky, and I love you, Mousy Lousy. You guys are all so cute. You and Key have been spamming the early bird for 30 minutes. Why? 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 Oh. Y'all were fighting each other for that. Oh goodness. I'm sorry. Y'all are so cute. Oh my gosh. I adore you. Jay, I swear to God, you're on my stream.
I know, but I don't want to interrupt when you speak because I like hearing you speak.
If I have to say it one more time, you're here to interrupt me. Talk. People want to hear your voice.
It's different between, like, me laughing, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, Lumfa.
Do it. Do it.
Also, I can't believe how tall I am.
Yeah, so I did that with Burning too. I like, I want to have like a larger of the reactives for people visiting, and it just works out easier this way.
Yeah, no, it's super cute, and I'm glad I'm using this one specifically because I think it fits well with the positioning.
Also, hi Cabo. Cabo, you brought me so much joy yesterday, and I have to read the rest of what you sent me. I have, in fact, told my partners that probably they won't hear from me ever again. I'm going to be trapped in fan fiction purgatory with you. Also, hi Hachi. Thank you for the 100 biddies. How are you, Hachi? I hope you're good. Your immune step voice tail is effectively slapping Jay in the face constantly. I was an idiot and I didn't rig an option for no tail, no tentacles. It's either tail or tentacles. So the tentacles much more in the way. So tail it is. He gets to slap us with his tail while he teaches us how to Burning, why do you put the ooh woo emote with that?
Because we get punished for when we do things wrong. Oh no. And we're so upset about it.
Okay, y'all, I swear this is a professional tutorial stream. Please don't. Please don't be like, oh gosh, this isn't what I promise. We actually learn stuff here on these streams.
We have to get all the degen out first.
Yeah, I promise we will be in focus mode. I just want to welcome in everybody and all that. I adore you all. You're fantastic. Now, why don't we do an actual introduction? Sound good?
I can do that.
Okay, so, hey everybody. If anybody's new, my name is Void. I use Void he pronouns. And I am a Live2D artist in rig tech. And what we are going to be doing today is episode 2 in an ongoing series called Let's Learn Live2D. In this series, I have guests come on, they pick any project that they want, and I teach them how to make that project become a reality. No art experience is necessary, no rigging experience is necessary. If you have no art experience, the only thing is either you have to use Procreate or you have to at least learn how to use whatever program you're going to use, because the only program I know is Procreate. So I can't help you learn the program, but I can show you how to do the art even if you don't know how to do it. And less Live2D experience is better, at least for the beginning of this series, because I do want to focus on literally building from the ground up. If you would like to join on a future episode, absolutely you can, and we have a form that you can go ahead and fill out. It's right here. All you have to do is go and click the link. It'll ask some questions about your content, and it will ask questions about like what it is that you want to do, and the only thing that you have to be able to provide is just some sort of sketch, even if it is a stick figure of just what it is you want to do. And then, you know, we can talk it out, see if it's something I can help you with, and I can get you booked for a upcoming episode. Now today we are doing a pet rock model with the Stoned Lich. Jay, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm the Stone Lich, or Jay, as also people call me. I use they, them pronouns. I have no art or Live2D experience, other than drawing really fun, silly concept arts, and just going hog wild with that. And I'm making a pet rock because we all grew up, at least my generation, grew up with pet rocks being marketed towards us as our life.
Also, hi Nix! Sorry, I saw you, but like in the middle of me being like, let's be serious. So hi Nix, I hope you're doing good. Blah. Yeah, pet rock. Now, if anybody has questions during this entire process, I have a redeem. I have a question. Please limit this redeem to specifically questions about what we're doing. Okay, it is not intended for like just a how are you void. That is there specifically so that I can make sure that I'm keeping on top of any tutorial related questions. I do want this to be interactive, and I want people to feel like they can get something out of this. You are more than welcome to work along with us during this stream, after the stream. Eventually, the video will be edited and posted on YouTube. The VOD will be available from the get-go on YouTube, because we're streaming live to YouTube as well, and you'll just be able to see the VOD there as soon as stream ends. Eventually, it'll be edited down to a little bit more of a digestible format, and, importantly, all of the files, my PSD, my Live2D files, all of that is going to be posted up for free, so that anyone can use it. And there will be options for if people want to use it as a base for paid commissions, there will be a paid option for that as well. And the same will be for everything that we make on these episodes. What sort of timescale would you expect a project like this to take? That is a really, really good question, Nix. It depends on the person and also the project. Steven said 5 hours with no experience based on the last tutorial. Yeah, the last one, the tail wag emote, did take us 5 hours. We did have a break during that, and that was Burning coming in with absolutely just zero experience all around with anything. So it depends on your experience level. It depends on how easy it is for you to pick up, because, you know, different people learn things at different paces. For for me, art is a lot harder to pick up than Live2D was. Live2D was kind of just like, oh, this makes sense. For a lot of people, it's the other way around. For some people, both might be relatively quick to learn. But yeah, so it does depend on the person. And I would also say that, believe it or not, I'm going to estimate that the pet rock model will probably take less time than the tail wag emote, because a huge important component of emotes that you don't have with a model, well, you don't have to have with a model, and we won't have with this one, is the animation portion. And learning how to put in keyforms and animate and set up for export can be really difficult if you have no experience with animation, and it's almost like it's a whole third portion to it. You know, there's art, then there's the rig, then there's the animation, whereas this we just have art and rig. So even though the rig will be more complicated than the rig for the tail wag emote, the animation portion is something that I feel like so many people tend to get really hung up on. Even Live2D artists, even Live2D rig techs, even people who do both, the animation portion can be a bit of a struggle. So I feel like this will probably be easier. If it might still take around the same amount of time, but at the very least, I think this will be easier to pick up. Yeah. For me personally, the tail wag emote is like a 20-minute project, including like start to finish.
That's impressive.
It's not. It's
for me, like for my perspective, I should say.
It is almost the entire thing is done by Live2D, the Live2D program, because you just go and hit skinning and the end. But anyway, am I winning? You ask that every time, and every time I say I don't know if there's winning in this context, Maro. But also, hi,
if
Maro.
If anyone's winning, it's me, because I'm hanging out with Void.
Cute.
Yes.
Also, hi, Maro. Also, I forgot to do the simp sip that Burning did a little bit ago. I will do it when I relocate, because I don't have the drink in front of me. Okay, so without further ado, we're gonna get started. You ready to get started, Jay?
I'm so ready.
Okay, so as a heads up for everybody, Jay has agreed to provide accessibility assistance for me. As most of you know, I have POTS, I'm disabled, I got a lot of stuff going on. And for me, laying down is a much better position, in particular for doing art, with my hypermobility and other like physical issues. Having like that kind of like full body support really helps me not hurt myself while doing art for extended periods of time. So I'm gonna be laying down, and Jay's actually gonna be reading chat to me, because they are amazing and considerate, and we're gonna have a Jay TTS rather than the burning TTS that we have sometimes.
Can I download the burning voice module?
That would be fantastic. I would love to have that be an actual thing.
I mean, if we can figure out how to make me sound like Burning in Voice Meter, all I would need is a button to toggle it.
Fantastic. Okay. I am getting all settled. Sorry for all of the spinning on my iPad. I had to pick it up and it like rotated the screen. I'm doing the hydrate redeem. Okay, fantastic. I got my stylus, and are you ready to start, Jay?
I am so ready. My mouse is ready.
Okay. Which also, importantly, Jay is going to be doing all of this with just a keyboard and mouse and a free program. Okay? Keyboard and mouse free program. And I feel like this is going to be a really good way to showcase that like you don't really need much to start doing Live2D. Okay? So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna create a new canvas, okay? My recommendation for a mascot model size, which this I would consider a mascot model, is 2,000 square pixels to about max 6,000 square pixels. I would not hit the 6,000 unless you have like a really chunky computer. 2 to 4,000 is more than sufficient usually, and will work for most computers. I tend to work 2 to 2,500 square pixels, and today I'm going to be doing the 2,500. Okay.
Perfect. I'm gonna do 3420.
Of course you are. Okay. And it doesn't have to be square, but with the shape of the model we're working on, I felt that square would work best here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Did I miss a
Steven
chat?
says I am playing in hard mode, and Steven better pay attention because that's how he has to do it.
Okay.
He's gonna also use a mouse.
Okay, do you actually want to share the program in chat that you're using? Do you want to put a link to it?
Yeah, I was also gonna suggest linking your resources page.
Oh, yeah, that's actually, you're so smart, Jay. Hey, everybody, I have a free resources doc that has free resources. Everything in it is free to use, and it includes an entire art page. Which is what that's from.
And yes, Steven is correct. I'm using GIMP.
Yes. Is that the program you use, Steven? Also, I need to lower the volume on this music. I'm sorry if you guys end up not being able to hear it, but I can't hear my thoughts. So that is an important thing, considering this whole series is me having thoughts and sharing them. Okay. Now that we've got this canvas, the first thing that we want to do is we want to set up symmetry for the canvas. Now, I don't know if GIMP has layer or canvas symmetry, but I always make sure that I have symmetry set up, because on Procreate you have to set up the drawing guide before you can have symmetry per layer. So that's what I'm going to do. Just horizontal. No, vertical. Vertical is the right one. I know which one it is. I just get the names mixed up. Vertical symmetry.
I know we did. I do the same thing, because how am I supposed to know which? It's stupid. I get it. It's a hamburger or hot dog ways. That's how I know.
Yes, correct.
Which makes it hard on a square, but there is a right way with the square. You can still hamburger and hot dog it.
Yes. Thank you for understanding. Okay, now the next thing that we're gonna do for this specific model is one that I have already done, but Jay hasn't. For this model, we are going for authentic pet rock, in that we are gonna use an actual rock. Okay, now for this, you can go outside and pick up a rock. I don't touch grass, so I went online and I found a picture of a rock that I liked, that I like the shape of, which I will pull up momentarily. And Jay is gonna go find a rock.
I did find one earlier. I found one yesterday. Is that okay?
I guess that's fine.
I have the webpage of how I look for it.
That's fine. I told you we were doing it on stream.
I know, but then I saw the perfect rock and you'll understand.
I think what you mean is, I know, but I have ADHD and no impulse control, Void.
I mean, you're right.
Yes. Okay. That's fine.
I very specifically know that I want a lumpy rock.
Mm-hmm.
So I was having, and I still was not sure. I really, really like this one, which is beautiful and reminds me of Ditto.
Fantastic.
Hence why it's perfect. This one reminds me of the thing in everything everywhere all at once, which was like part of the inspiration. And I just really like lumpy rocks. And then there's this one that's just freakishly tall. I'm not freakishly, but just very beautifully tall.
Yeah. So which one did you end up going with?
I think I want to do the Ditto Rock.
Okay, fantastic. So what I did with mine is I went and I brought my rock into my art program, which like I said is Procreate, but I decided that the rock wasn't tall enough. So I went in and I used the distort feature to just lengthen him. And then I used the warp to just pull a little bit at the corners so I can make him a little bit more, not quite like clean rounded, but a little bit closer to an overall circular shape. That's what I was going for. So that's how I ended up with this sketch right here, is I just warped the rock a little bit, and as you can see, it still looks like a solid rock. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you're gonna want to take up not 1% of your canvas.
Yeah, that's just how it printed in, so I have to figure out how to make it be bigger.
Yeah, so you're gonna want to use the transform tool. Do you know where that is?
I did yesterday.
You did yesterday, but you don't today.
Nope, it's in my image. I didn't dock it like I thought I did.
Okay.
It just has rotational stuff in the transform tool, which...
It only has rotation?
It says flip. I can flip it horizontally and vertically, and I can rotate it.
Okay. There should be a scaling option somehow. Maybe if you just use your like mouse button and click on the layer, will it show you like if I click here, right? It gives me these little circles with the dotted line. Do you get that?
I do not.
Okay.
I can turn it. Why is it turning? Oh, because I have this rotational thing.
Are you able to look up how to scale it?
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
Where is my scale tool? And we're doing this so that I can trace the image. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. It says it should be in this doc, but there's only half the things in this doc that everyone else has.
You're doing great.
Clipping and interpolation, that's not. Oh, you have to right click the tool and then you can change which one it is. Okay, so I had it on rotate. I can right click it and change it to scale.
Okay, fantastic.
Oh my gosh, yes, that works. It's kind of funky how it works, but it works.
Okay, super. Yeah, so you're gonna want this to take up most of the screen, so you see like how I have mine. We want to still have some room to give it accessories. Perfect. That looks great.
I got very distracted trying to find the tool that I missed chat. Burning, as we know, asks, what are thoughts? And Steven also went to look up how to do it, the scaling in GIMP. So I appreciate you, Steven. Thank you.
Okay. So what I like doing here is I make 2 copies of the layer once I have it scaled. One is going to be our semi-transparent layer. I put it down at like 30%. And then you're gonna make... Wait, what do you... Jay, what do you do?
I don't know. It took off. I duplicated the layer so I could do that with you.
And then
got rid of the scaling.
On both of them?
Yeah.
Did you finish the scaling? Like, did it lock in? Because
Oh,
sometimes
I didn't know I had to do that.
different programs work differently, and like some of them will
Mhm.
require you to be like, okay, yes, finish this action. So if you try clicking onto something else, see if it keeps it. Yeah. So
Oh,
hmm?
fancy.
What?
I see it. I made it do it. It's now saving the scaling.
It is saving it? I don't see it on your screen.
It's very hard to see. There's a circle that looks like a loading circle that is slowly filling up like
Oh,
pie.
got you. Okay.
Um, you can keep continuing while it scales itself if you
Okay.
want to talk about the duplicated layer.
Yeah, so what I do is I take the layer that I, scaled and also just transformed to get the shape I wanted. I duplicate it. One I keep at 100% opacity, and one I turn down to like 30. And the 31 is what we're going to keep on while we're doing the art. And the reason why we're keeping the 100% opacity one is we're going to actually color grab from our rock so that we have actual rock colors.
It still
It
didn't scale as much as I asked it to. Which
it
is
undid
weird.
the scaling?
No, it only scaled like 20% of what I did. It was bigger than what I had dropped it in as.
Interesting.
I'm gonna try doing it in a different method.
Okay.
Um,
We're learning how to use GIMP together.
yeah. I'm just gonna do like a big number and see scale what that does.
Okay.
Okay, it does do something. It's just not as dramatic of a change as I'm expecting it to be.
Yeah, that's really strange that it won't let you just scale visually.
I could try this linear scale instead of a cubic scale. Maybe that changing the type will do it.
Maybe.
I could just also do it by a factor of like 100 rather than 10.
Yeah. It definitely needs more than 10.
Well, I went from like 3,000 to 6,000, so I'm gonna go to 60,000.
Yeah.
Someday I will do the Procreate thing.
Yes.
In the future.
You have the iPad to do it.
Yeah. I also I forget you can I project from the iPad or do I have to use my capture card?
No, you can.
I project.
You can. I use a program called AirDroid Cast. You run it on your iPad and on your computer, and it just casts to your computer.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
GIMP is an experience, says Stephen, which I agree. It's an experience.
Yeah, well, it is a free program.
And I don't dislike it. I just wasn't prepared, and that's what I needed to make sure. I should have made sure I was more prepared.
That's okay.
But that is okay. Yeah. See?
We're here. We're vibing because I want this to be like genuinely a welcoming environment for people of all experience levels. I don't want anyone to ever feel like they don't know enough to be part of this, right? I don't want anyone to feel like, oh, they can't come be on the stream, or feel like they can't participate, they can't follow along because they don't know enough. And honestly, one of the things that I was really excited about having both you and Burning on here is how little background art experience you have.
Yeah.
I wanted that so much because I want people to feel welcome. I want people to feel like they are allowed to be here. There are no wrong answers. There is no level of experience that is too little.
Mhm.
Everybody is welcome here.
Yeah. Steven asks, how big do I want my rock to be? My canvas size is 3420. So I think if it's taking up most of that, somewhere between 2800 and 3000.
Yeah, so right here, I don't do it based on like a specific pixel scale because um like lots of things aren't square size, so you're not gonna get exact pixels. But if you look like visually about how much space it's taking up on my canvas, this is how I do it, is visually.
Yeah.
I would give you, actually here, I can duplicate this and get rid of the background so that I can tell you um how
Mm-hmm.
much. Eh,
Yeah, it was just like guesstimation based off of like the same, like knowing that
yeah.
it was taking up how much space. I
Um,
think what he's trying to do is probably calculate the number that I need
well,
it to
that's
be.
what I'm trying to. Oh, for you? I assumed he was doing it for
Yeah.
him. Um, so what
I
I
mean, I
have
could be wrong. You're
what I
you're
have
you're
is a 2500 square pixel canvas, and my rock size is 1785 by 1412. Is what I ended up with. Just the rock. That's when I removed. There was a background that came with the rock, so that's what the background removed. So you just know exactly the size of the rock.
Yeah, I think it's just he's probably I figured he was probably trying to do calculating because he and I are
Yeah.
number people.
How's your scaling going?
Not great. I think I
Yeah.
also probably went too high.
Okay. I got a question for you, Jay. Can
Yeah.
you just send me the rock and I'm just gonna send you back the file?
Yeah.
Because that will be like 1,000 times
Oh,
easier.
I think that's what Steven just did.
Oh, okay. Steven sent you the
He just
rock.
did like a minute ago.
Okay. That's fantastic. Thank you, Steven.
You guys are wonderful. Um. Oh, please. Okay, I have to restart GIMP because it
Oh
doesn't like
my
the
god, there's a little
thing.
baby kitty cat on my front porch.
Oh.
I really, really want to go feed him and give him water because it's hot, but anytime I've tried before, he runs away.
Aw.
He's scared. So I just let him go rest on my front porch where it's cool. Okay, you all good? You ready now?
Steven, it's still pasted the same size. I don't know if that was your goal. Here,
Can
I'm
you
sending it to you. I just did.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do, Jay. I'm gonna send you a PSD. Okay, and you're gonna take the PSD. Okay,
Lovely. Thank you.
what canvas size did you want?
I'm doing 3420, but you can change it.
No, we can do 3420 by 3420. Okay, done. Create. Okay, I'm gonna import this photo. See, mine does it the proper size. It imported at that size, so it's already a large picture, so I don't know why it did that for you.
This could be a thing with how GIMP just pastes in photos and things,
Yeah.
maybe.
I just want to make sure this is actually like proper sizing and positioning.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, share PSD. Okay, and we're gonna send this to you. Okay, now when it actually
Yeah. Steven says
sends,
the rock he exported is 3600 by 3600, and that he's happy to hop on a call with me later so I can figure out what was going on with the scale tool. Yeah.
okay,
Cool.
yeah.
Burning asks, is it the same cat that was in the driveway?
We have lots of cats that like live around the area, but I do think it was that cat. I think it's that same cat because I've never seen any other cat come up onto our porch. Okay, did you get the rock? The PSD?
Yes, I'm just working on importing and grabbing my downloads folder that I can't find apparently. I can do search, right? Over on my desktop so I can grab it in my file open. There we go. There we go. I have it. We have
You
a
have
rock.
it?
Thank you.
Good. Okay, I'm glad. Anyway. Okay, you got your rock. Okay, can you
Yeah.
duplicate that layer and set it to 100% opacity? Because I did not do that part. Okay,
Yes.
fantastic. Now, first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna take the 100% opacity layer, and you can do color editing after this. I just thought it'd be fun to use the actual colors of a rock. Just grab whatever like the darkest color on it you can find is. This is gonna be our outline color. Okay? Do you know how to color pick?
Yes, I was just trying to decide what I thought was the darkest.
Okay, it doesn't have to be exact. It's
I
not
know.
okay.
I have my color, yes.
I keep on asking perfectionists to come join on here and then being like, y'all, it's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. And you're like, what are you made?
There were like two different
Uh-huh.
options, and I was like, is this darker or is this darker? Because
It's
one's more
fine.
brown tone dark and one's more blue tone dark.
It doesn't matter. Okay. Now you're gonna go ahead and you're gonna pick whatever brush it is you want to use the base with. I'm just using a basic round brush. And you're gonna turn off the full opacity layer. And
Okay.
then you're gonna create a blank layer underneath that layer. Okay? And that's what we're gonna draw on with our regular round brush. We are not using our symmetry here because we are tracing an asymmetrical object. Good?
Yes.
Okay. So now what we're gonna do is we're just gonna follow the outline of the rock. Actually, I'm gonna use, this brush has a lot of smoothing, so I'm gonna go grab a brush that has slightly less smoothing. Then you're gonna, after you're done tracing it, you just fill it in.
With the same color.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Yeah, so what we're creating here is called underfill. This is going to be our quote-unquote outline. But it is not an outline, clearly. It is underfill. Now, I do have one issue here, Jay, which is that the next step I typically do using scaling. You don't have to, but it's easier. So I'm going to show both ways to do with and without scaling. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go turn back on the 100% opacity layer. We're going to grab whatever color we want to be our base color from this. Again, you can handpick the colors, you can change the colors later. But I just thought it would be fun to grab actual rock colors. Okay.
Steven asks, Jay, how are you so good at that? I can't trace with my mouse at all. It is the only art tool I use is my mouse. I have never drawn anything on a computer ever without a mouse. It is just a lot of practice, and also I put the smoothing up to like 80,000.
Yeah. So I was gonna say one of the important things is yesterday I showed Jay how to go in and edit the brush and turn on the smoothing and turn it way up, because if you're using a mouse, having smoothing is very helpful, or if you're disabled like me, having smoothing is very helpful. Okay, so next thing that we're gonna do, and Jay, I'll show how to do your way first so that you don't have to use scaling, and then I'll show the way that I usually do while you're doing that. So next thing we're going to do, we're going to turn back off that 100% layer. We're going to create a new layer on top of our underfill. And you basically, what you're going to do, Jay, is just trace slightly inside of the underfill layer that we just made.
That was exactly what I was planning on doing, so perfect.
And you fill that in. And then the way that I typically do it is I'll duplicate the underfill layer, recolor it, and then simply scale it down. And then, as you can see, if I turn off this tracing layer that I was using, what I have now looks like I have an outline. But instead of an outline, as you can see when I move this, what I actually have is two fully filled in layers. And the reason why we do underfill is it helps a lot with the rigging process. It makes things a lot easier, and honestly, in my personal opinion, underfill is just easier to draw than outlines. I just find it so much easier, especially because you can literally just use the underfill layer as your base color layer as well. Okay? So, now that we have these, next thing we're gonna do.
Pink says, mouse art is witchcraft in a compliment way. I can't do mouse for my life. And see, I can't do anything else for my life. And Steven says, for this step, what he did in GIMP was use the magic selector, then shrink down a few pixels, and then used the dump tool.
That is also a way you can do it. You absolutely can do it that way. Even without the magic selector, you can use just a regular selection tool, go freehand, and then, you know, you can select the area that you want, like this, and then fill in like that. I don't like that because personally, I find it easier to do it my way, which was just duplicating, changing the color, and resizing. But there are so many ways to do it. Bottom line, you just want two fully colored in layers. Okay, now personally I'm looking at this and I feel like my base color is much too dark. Much too dark. So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna get a lighter color. And I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna go and say, I'm gonna do some color correction. I want a little bit more of a bluish gray. Yeah, I like that. Okay, now that we're done with that, we're gonna make texturing on the rock. And the texturing on the rock I'm very excited about because it utilizes one of my favorite features, which is gonna be clipping in Live2D and basically just sliding around elements to give us the illusion of depth. So how we're gonna do this is we are going to select the color that we want for a shadow. So as you can see on the sketch that I did here, I've got all of these different elements. So we've got a slight, like just very slightly darker color than the base. So here's the base on my sketch, here's the slightly darker color, and then we've got the much darker color, and we've got the highlights, right? So we're gonna be doing that same thing. We're gonna go and grab, okay, what do we want to do for our slightly darker color? Since I color corrected, I am gonna just grab the color that I corrected to. I'm gonna go over into my little color palette and I am just gonna slightly make it darker and slightly more saturated. Sometimes my brain doesn't want to work. I could not remember that word for a second. We're gonna make our new layer. This has to be a new layer on top of the base color. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna trace the lumps on the rock. And importantly, this is important, you wanna start by tracing the lumps in the rock, but you want it to extend very far outside the rock. Okay, like this. So you see how this extends super far outside the rock? Because we're gonna do clipping like this. And so it's only gonna show up on the rock. You know what, I'll make this way darker so that y'all can see it easier on my screen, because unfortunately the casting program that I use does alter colors. But so as you can see, this is now clipped to the layer below it. So it only, clipping means it only shows up when it is overlapping with that layer. And then what we're gonna do in Live2D is we're gonna take this and we're gonna move it around. And so when we move it around, that's gonna give the illusion of the rock moving. It's gonna give the illusion of turns.
Okay, so I just want to take a moment to step back to make sure I'm doing the right steps. So I have my new layer that I am, and to me it sounds like I'm almost like mapping shadows in a sense, or like the colors for the lights to the dark.
So
And
you're gonna do them one at a time. We're doing the slightly darker color first. That is going to be a large portion of the rock. So, and then we're gonna add more, like even darker for the deep shadows, and we're gonna add lighter for the highlights, and those will all be on their own layers.
Okay. So I have my new layer. I have to get my slightly darker than my main body color, correct?
Yep.
If I wanted to, my main color is also pretty dark like yours, and I don't necessarily want, I know I should correct it. I'm trying to figure out if I can do, like, instead of correcting the main color, can I bring in, like, if I wanted to make it more blue toned, would that be enough of a difference?
Yeah, so if you want to look at color correction, I would turn off your the transparent, the partially transparent rock. Turn that off so that you can see the colors you're actually working with on your rock. Where your actual, or you turned off the rock.
Turned off the wrong one, did I?
Okay, there you go. I think I'm confused as to what I'm looking at on yours.
It's possible I have things out of order, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like you've got 3 layers. I am confused here. What is the lighter layer at the bottom?
This is just the default layer that it gives me.
No, you have 3 colors of rock. Yes?
No, this other thing you're seeing is the shadow from the picture, I think. If you're talking about,
is the picture layer turned off?
Now it is.
Okay, because that's what I had just asked you to do, so that's why
I thought you just said to turn off the low opacity one, not the other one. My bad.
Well, the other one's supposed to be at the top of your layer list, and it's supposed to stay turned off and just be for color grabbing.
Yes, which is what the one I had turned off, so I'm on the same page now.
No, you're not. You're supposed to have 2 layers of the picture. Both layers are supposed to be at the top of your layer list.
Oh, the other one was below. Okay.
Yeah, both are supposed to be at the top. The 100% opacity one is supposed to stay turned off unless you need to color grab from it. The less than 100% one is going to stay on most of the time, except for like right now where we're going to color edit. Because you can't color grab from something if it's underneath all your layers and you can't see it. So that's why they both stay at the top of the layer list. Okay, we good now?
Yes.
Okay, so now what you're going to do is you're going to go color grab from your base color. And then you're gonna go edit that color. Yes, going towards blue would help, but I would say probably increasing your brightness and decreasing the saturation would also help a lot. Because it is very dark.
I'm gonna reset the color. We said increasing the blueness, and you said increasing the saturation.
So what all you have to do there is you're aiming for more of the top left corner in that rectangle. So if you should be able to like click and drag or just click to change where it's at. Yeah, so you're gonna want to go up, 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 like above the midline is probably where you're gonna want to be. Yeah. Now try
Okay.
that for a color fill.
And then I...
Color fill. You have to be on the right layer though.
I'm on the wrong layer. Yeah.
Yeah. So that might be too blue, so you might want to decrease the saturation, so move it more to the left. Will decrease the saturation.
Ah, okay. I was concerned that if I did my color paste that it was going to be messed up because of how I do things compared to paint, but it did not do what I thought it was going to do. Cool.
Okay. We good?
Yes.
Is that the color you want?
I like that color much more, yes.
Okay, so then you're gonna take this color, and now in order to make it darker and more saturated, you're gonna go down and to the right. Up and to the left is lighter, less saturated, down to the right, darker, more saturated. You don't need to move it by a lot, just a little. And that's gonna be your shadow color. All right.
Okay. And now, right now, I can turn on. Do I turn on my low opacity
layer? Yeah. And that's where we're gonna trace the shadows. So as you can see, what I traced was, and I'll go do this in bright green so you can see it. And you know what? I'll do it over the full opacity so you can see really what's going on. So if you look at this rock, right, what I went and traced was this whole section. I said this is all of the part that's gonna be in shadow, even just a little bit. Okay, I could have probably gone even all the way up here. I might go edit that. But like all this, and you see how with this I'm extending it? You want to extend it out past the rock. Just continue the line. Like continue in the direction it's going. Like that. Okay. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm on my right now. And do I want this to be a thinner line, or is
this is going to be filled in?
Oh, okay. It's pretty. Oh, I'm on the wrong. Shouldn't be on the wrong tool. Why is it? Why is it doing a selectee instead of...
Are you on the right layer?
Yeah. I just think I might be somehow on the wrong tool, and that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
Nick says all this art stuff is reminding me of when I did it as a bit of a meme a while back.
Valid.
I love meme art. That's how I got started in doing art.
Yeah.
Oh, it was still in the color pick window. That's why. Nope, still not doing the thing. Okay. I'm trying to refine my toolbox because it went missing, and that's how you can edit the brush. Nope, go back to this project. Nick says where I doodled a pic based on lyrics from a song, which sounds absolutely lovely and fun. Oh, there's my toolbox. Haha.
Good job.
I double clicked on it and it opened it. doesn't change that it's not brushing, but if I click into something else and then click onto it, no.
Jay, what color are your eyes? Are they red?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well,
No, focus.
I'm trying. I just can't figure out, like, I have my toolbox. I can't figure out why it's not, it's like doing, it has like a Ghostbuster symbol above the pen.
Okay.
Okay. Pen tool won't, pen tool, not drawing. There we go. Turned out all with select.
I am looking at your layer list, and the layer that you're on is not turned on. Now will it draw?
Oh my gosh, maybe. No. Yes? Oh, it is. It's just very hard to see. Why is it so hard to see? Hold on. Now I'm scared that I've been drawing on this layer and don't know it. Nope. Okay. All right. So I want it. I know.
Is your brush too small? I would probably recommend having like a much larger brush. Like nothing we're doing needs like tiny little precision.
No, it's big. It's like 50 pixels. I think it's
50
just
pixels is
color.
not big when you're working on a 34,000 square pixel
Okay,
canvas. Because your brushes are going to show up size-wise relative to the canvas. Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's also just the color is hard to see.
No, I'm looking at it and it's partially the brush size, but if that's the brush size that you're happy with, like that's valid. Just something to keep in mind is the smaller the brush size you're using, the more mistakes it's going to show. Because the more movement goes into it. Also, I lost my stylus. That's fine, I have more. But yeah, so if here, I'll go do an example. You don't have to watch, you keep doing what you're doing. But I'll do bright red, okay? And here, teeny tiny, right? Versus much larger. So you get like, it reads like every tiny little thing goes into it, whereas like this, it's like much less motion goes into it. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, did you get your shadow?
Yes. Nick says that they should really share, or she should really share the pic more, but she's kind of scared it's not that great. Nick's, I'm gonna tell you right now, as a meme drawing art person, do it. It's so much fun. Void loves my art, and it makes me so happy, and is the reason why I have confidence to do this.
Yeah. Okay, now just checking, Jay. You extended out in all directions that the shadow is going?
I probably could do a couple little bit mores. But yes. I like followed the shape of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay, so next what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take a darker color. So we're gonna take our shadow and we're gonna go, this one we want to be much darker, okay? We want it to be very, very visible over this rock, okay? And then we're gonna...
another new layer?
Yep, this is gonna be another new layer. And on this one here, I'll go back up here and I'll go back into my violent green and show you what we're doing here. Or no, I'll do a different, not violent green, because that's what we had. So right, this is what I traced for the initial shadow here. We'll go to violent red. Okay, so that was our initial shadow, and now we see, oh, here, if my iPad wouldn't hate me, here, right, we have like this overhanging part. Down here, we have a little bit of an overhang. Over here, we've got this little bit of an overhang. We've got all these little darker areas, right, over here. So that's what we're gonna do in our darker color. Is we're gonna put those, and we're gonna put all that onto a new layer.
Okay. FaZe says pet rock.
Yeah! Hi, FaZe! How's it going?
I don't know if you had heard that because I don't think you have the soundy things on.
What sound thing?
FaZe also subscribed. I don't remember if
I don't have sounds on for that. Yeah, you do have to tell me about notifications as well. Thank you for the resub, FaZe. Also, hi, hello, how are you?
Wow. Oh, it's let me adjust the wording. FaZe didn't just subscribe, subscribed at tier 1 for 6 months in advance.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Hello. Nick says also, I'm never sure where to share it. My DMs is a great place to share art. I will tell you. If you are nervous about like posting like on a Twitter or something, my DMs. Hi. Okay, so I have.
But yeah, thank you so much for the, oh my gosh, 6 months in advance. That's so wild. Thank you. Also, hi, FaZe, I adore you. Also, everybody, like, FaZe literally calmed the full set of emotes, and I was so stressed over having, like, examples for all the emotes, and FaZe solved my problem 10 minutes from opening comms, and, like, thank you so much. Like, just, obviously, like, yes, thank you for commissioning me because I need money to live, but also the emotional relief of not having to stress over having an example for every single one. I was like, oh, thank goodness. Because I am not somebody who does myself for examples. I hate... It feels like so much work doing art of myself. I don't like it, and I know that's stupid because doing the art for FaZe was actual literal work. That was my job. But I don't know. I'm just like, why am I doing this? I don't even care about having emotes for myself, and like, so I'm just doing it because I just have to have examples, right? And so I just get anky when I have to do stuff for myself, so I just don't. So thank you, because that took away like a huge stressor that I was having, and also it made me really happy that you even wanted them. Ah. Now, what I did here, Jay, is I did put each shadow on their own layer. They don't have to be, but I'm just letting you know in case you see that I did that. I am keeping them on their own layers. They don't have to be.
Okay. I'm gonna do them on their own layers because that sounds cool. Okay. I like it. Picasso.
Yeah.
Now, I have like a darker spot on like away from where my original dark spots were. Can I draw one that's kind of standalone with my darker?
Yeah, we're just, that's why we have this rock, is so that we have a reference for how to draw a rock. That's what it's here for.
Wait, I just said I was gonna put that on a new layer. This one shadow looks like a frowny face.
That's great. Also, don't forget, for anything that touches the edges of your rock, you're going to want to continue that outside of the rock.
Okay, even for these ones. Okay.
Yeah. So, if you look at mine, here's all of mine. So these two, this one and this one were both on the edge of the rock, so they extended outside the edge. I just followed the line, same as I did with the larger one.
Cool. So I'm just making a giant sad smiley face.
Fantastic. Our rocks are coming along pretty nice.
Fill in that, and then on one more, there's a nice. Oh, I did the fill tool, not the drawing tool. I love when I do that.
You are killing it.
This is a pretty flat rock, so I'm enjoying that it's... Ooh, I could do one right here to give that. That's what I want. Do.
I love that YouTube sends me emails to tell me that I'm live.
Thanks, YouTube.
Right?
I guess a shadow will make... Or not a shadow. I don't need a shadow there. That'll be a highlight. Okay. Okay, I've got my little buddies.
Okay, so you're gonna want to turn off the semi-transparent layer to just take a look at your rock and double check that all of it looks good for you. Now I don't know how to do layer clipping in GIMP. Like I said, I only know my program, but if you can find a way to clip the layers onto your base color, you can see what it will actually look like.
Create a layer group, add your clipped layer to the group in multiply mode, add your clipping layer below it. Initially all transparent, draw on the clipping layer with white. Oh, I'm missing chat, I'm so sorry. Nick says need to find Jay in Discord. I can find you, Nick. Don't worry. FaZe says you're welcome. And Nick says, I'm going to be in full lurk mode for now. Gonna go play some stuff with your brother. Have fun with the pet rocks. And there's a Woka who is getting squished.
And hi, Woka. Woka, I love you.
Cabo says clipping is a lifesaver. I believe you. I know that I saw it. It's just about I can't remember if I saw it in... No, I thought it was in the layer attributes. I'm not worried about it right now.
Yeah, we don't have to clip it before it's in Live2D. I just do it because it helps me make sure that it looks how I want. Okay, I missed something. I saw a bunch of messages.
It says, I must return to work. I wish you fun and good luck.
Who said that?
FaZe.
Okay, FaZe, have a good time at work. Thanks for stopping by. I love you.
Wow. Cabo says, oh my god, I love you guys too. As does Woka. Woka says, I love you too.
Ah! Cabo and Woka should be friends. Honestly, Cabo should be friends with Woka, Tasa, Cat, Ocean. Same brain rot. Yeah. Same degenerate brain rot. Anyway, okay, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go and take our base color and we're gonna go get a lighter version of it, and that's what we're gonna make the highlights in. And I'm gonna go and I'm gonna show you once again what we're gonna do. So I you know how I circled all this over here? Let's do it in like a cyan now. So this was where I had my large, slightly dark shadow, and then the smaller, really dark shadows. And then we're gonna go in here and we're gonna find everything Like up here we have, this section looks like it's raised sections or anything that's lighter. So we could put one up there. We could probably put one over here on mine. Maybe do a little one over here. Right? So you're just gonna find where the lighter ones are just anything that looks raised. This one I might actually extend like that. Yeah. Make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Highlight map. Woka and Cabo both spam some emotes, and Cabo says I'm down for more friends. Woka says, whoa, me, D-Gen, perish the thought.
Yeah, perish the thought. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Alright.
Twitch Cabo says, hello, fellow Def's not a D-Gen. Hi, it's Con. Con says, hello, you legends.
Hi,
How's
Con.
everyone doing today?
We're doing good. Also, Jay, I feel like it's getting to the point where, like, you're having a hard time focusing on what you need to do because of chat.
It's more that I just have to go back and forth because I can't duo things.
I'm trying to think what a better solution might be. I think I will try my best to keep track of chat from mobile, okay? Because I don't want the whole thing getting derailed over this. And, like, worst case, I can just go back to my PC. Okay?
Whatever you need is fine by me.
Okay. You're more of a Doomed Yuri kind of gal. Valid. Also, yes, Con, I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good too. Thanks for stopping by. We are doing a Let's Learn Live2D stream where we are making Pet Rock mascots today.
Oh my gosh, I'm on the eyedropper tool again.
Oh no, not the eyedropper tool.
I'm like, why is it not drawing? Oh, that's why. I love you. There we go.
And don't forget, if you have a part that touches the edge of the rock, extend it outside the rock.
Yes.
Just continue the line.
And you're doing different highlights on different layers, correct?
Yeah, I forgot to on this one, but I'm fixing that. Yeah, and then just clipping them all. Oh my gosh, look you guys, I have a rock. Ooh, this layer, this one, I feel like, yeah, there we go. Rock. Do we need to record your voice so we can set up an actual TTS? No, I think that would actually be really disruptive. Not your voice, but having a TTS going off constantly, as opposed to being able to read chat as we have time.
Agree.
Yeah, I contemplated just bringing you into the call to be a TTS. And then I was like, well, no, because that'll take, like, switching to a new call and stuff, and it'd just be a lot.
Oh my gosh, my rock is so cute.
Yeah. Let me know when you're done with the highlights.
I got my highlights. My highlights are great.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so now that we've got this is the basis of our rock, okay? Now, we need the features that make it a pet rock, because right now this is just a rock. This is just a regular rock. We need the key components that make a pet rock. Now, personally, I don't know about you, Jay, but personally, I find that one of the best parts of a pet rock is the googly eyes. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. If I need a TTS for any future streams, you'll be free. Thank you. I love you so much. Okay, so what we're gonna do for the eyes is we're gonna make a new layer, and we're gonna make sure that this layer has the drawing assist, the symmetry tool turned on. Okay?
Okay.
And then we're gonna go grab black or close to black. Okay?
Yep, I'm almost there. I would turn off my highlights and shadows in this case, or no?
Well, for you it might be difficult to tell where to put things because you don't have it clipping, so yes. I have mine clipped so that I can see where all the highlights and shadows are, but I can still see what the outline of my rock is.
I can still see my outlining, other than like one corner of it, but I know about where it is.
Okay, so it's up to you on whether you want them turned on. Okay, you got the color? And
I've got my vertical symmetry on. I just have to grab my color.
Okay.
Actually, would it be wrong to match it to my backfill color?
It's up to you on what you want to do. Personally, I'm specifically going for like very, very black because I'm going for a very strict, typical googly eye sense. Right? My goal is to make it look like I literally glued googly eyes onto a rock.
Gotcha. That's fair. That makes sense. Cool. Okay.
You got your color? Okay, so now with our drawing assist on, I'm taking my sketch for my placement of my eyes, and you're just gonna draw a circle, and the symmetry tool should give you a circle on the other end. I don't know how the circle tool, if I assume you have a circle tool in GIMP, I don't know how it works, personally. For mine, you just draw a circle and then you don't pick up the stylus and it'll say, oh, you want to draw a circle, and it'll round it out. You might have a specific circle tool, or if you just want to draw it, that's fine too.
Yeah, I'm checking to see if I have shape tools or what my shape tools are.
He looks terrifying. How's everyone's week going so far? My week is going really good. I'm chilling. I'm enjoying hanging out with the lovely Jay. I had a tweet suddenly pop off. It's still going off on Twitter right now. I don't know, actually, that is theoretically it's positive. So I like viewing it as a positive, because I'm like, yeah, that's like the goal of social media, but anytime something like that happens, I go, maybe I should delete all my socials because attention is scary. Yeah. Yeah, what about you, Con? How's your week going?
It sounds like I can just do an elliptical select. Nope, because that doesn't do it on symmetry. I'm gonna freehand it. I'm okay with that.
That's fine.
I'm gonna make that decision.
Okay.
I'm also gonna go ovular.
Nice.
Yeah. And we fill it?
Yes. And you fill it.
Cool.
Fantastic. Then we're going to make a new layer. Make sure the symmetry tool is on for this. And then we're going to go for a slightly off-white. So you want it all the way to the top of your color and slightly to the right. We want a slightly off-white because we're going to be making a highlight that is going to be white. Okay? And you're going to make another circle, and it's going to be just inside the circle you just did. Okay? And then we're going to fill it. You're following along for now. Oh my god, that makes me so excited. I am very excited to see it when it's done. It's going well. You're off school until September, but you're using the time well. Thanks for asking. Do we have a name for the pet rock? I don't have a name for the pet rock. Do you want to name it? Do we want to take a chat vote? What are we naming Void's pet rock? Submit your suggestions now. I'll make a vote on Twitch. Oh my gosh! Hi, Boo! Welcome, welcome! How's it going? And welcome in, Raiders. Hi, everybody. My name is Void. I use Void he pronouns. I am a live 2D artist in rig tech. I am Boo's model creator. And right now, we are in the middle of doing a Let's Learn Live2D series. This is episode 2, where we are making a pet rock on stream, start to finish, with the lovely The Stoned Lich, who is here with me today. And we're doing the entire thing start to finish, including the art, which we are doing the art right now. And then, once we're done with the art, we will be doing the rigging, because my goal is to help everybody feel that Live2D is accessible. Yeah. And let's see, you were playing 7 Days to Die. I know nothing about that game. How was it, Boo? How are you doing? Also, if you need to raid and run, please feel free. I want to make sure everybody's taking care of themselves. Oh, we're also taking suggestions on what we're gonna name my pet rock. You got to punch some zombies. Let's go. Punch those zombies. Dorito, fantastic. And I think, hold on, Sync said Stone to the Bone JR. I don't know if that was meant to be JK, but it's now Stone to the Bone is one of the suggestions. Stone to the Bone and Dorito, fantastic. Burning, can you keep track of the suggestions? And once we have 4, can you make a thing? Oh, Junior. Okay, that makes so much sense. Stone to the Bone Junior, fantastic. You want to say Andesite, also fantastic. Well, we can take one more suggestion. Oh, Timothy the Third. Thank you, Cabo. Burning, can you make a thing, a poll with those names? Will Jay and I continue? Okay, you did the white circle, and now we're gonna go take the same color that we did for the black circle under it. Okay, we're gonna go take that same color, and on a new layer, we're gonna do a tiny circle. You gotta go take a nap, you're super EP. Yes, please take care of yourself. Thank you again for the raid, Boo. I adore you, and I hope you rest well. And thank you for the lurk. Okay, so we have the new layer. And we make... What?
I gave him his eyeballs.
Oh, I can't... It's so far away from me and also so tiny. But yes, so little circles like that.
All I did was a dot because, like, it's...
You just did a dot. So the only thing
I'm not gonna keep it. It was just because my pen was circle shaped.
Super valid. The only thing that I would want to, like, keep an eye out for is, like, the smaller it is, the harder it is to rig. And at a certain size, you can't auto mesh. You have to hand mesh because Live2D won't recognize things that, like, if they get too small.
Yeah. It looked really, really funny, and I loved it.
Fantastic.
Oh, I like how you did yours off-center. That's very cute.
Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter. They're going to be rigged to be shaken around.
It just looks very googly because of it, and I like that.
That was the goal. Epiness is for the weak, said an EP person. Yeah, for the weak. I could never be EP. Ever. That... Not me. Okay.
Now I want to check with you before we get too far away from the eyes. In the Live2D, I want to, like, be able to toggle them from, like, the creamy color to the pink color. that should be fine, right?
Can you elaborate?
For the, you know how for my stone toggles, I have like I ask for sometimes the back of the whites of the eyes to be pink.
You would like to be able to change the eye white color?
Yes. So
Then
should I leave
yes.
it as a white or should I leave it as
No,
cream?
the cream will be fine.
Cool. I thought so because
Anything white adjacent is fine for a starting color to edit.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Now we're gonna make one more layer above this.
Mhm.
Okay, and we're gonna take. Honestly, it's probably easier to draw it and just pick any color that's gonna be visible. And we're gonna draw the highlights. Okay, with the drawing assist on. Oh, I forgot. I turned this on to add. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna draw the highlight for the googly eyes. I just draw like. Oh my gosh, no, I wasn't talking to you. My phone thought I was talking to it. The poll is up. Thank you. When you try and stay awake at night, you end up falling asleep. When you actually try and sleep, you end up staying awake. That's so valid. Okay, so this is like the shape that I do for googly eyes. Okay. He looks kind of anky because we do that. So, what you do is for this, you can either use the symmetry tool or turn the symmetry tool off. I will show both ways to do it. So with this, I use the symmetry tool to draw both highlights, and then I select the one on the left, and I flip it and relocate it, because the highlights, we don't actually want them to be symmetrical. The other way to do it is to just, you draw on a non-symmetrical layer. You turn off your symmetry, you draw the one, and then you duplicate it and just move it over. Okay? Either way will work.
It was a bot, don't worry.
Okay.
When you see Siri. Now, does it make more sense for the highlight to be on the inside or the outside of the eye? Like the nose side or the ear side?
Well, on one eye it's going to be on the nose side, and one eye it's going to be on the ear side. That was the whole thing I just...
No, I know it was. So I get that. I thought I
Yeah. The way I would say is pick the direction that all of your highlights are on your rock, because that is the direction the light is coming from, so that is the side you want the highlight on your eyes to go. So all of my highlights are on the left-hand side, and the darker side is on the right, so therefore I want the highlights on the eyes to be on the left. And now that I've done them in a visible color, I am going to recolor them to pure white.
That was about to be my next question, was
Yeah.
do I leave them slightly pink?
No, that was just for visibility.
Yeah. Cause I was about to, you know, I was gonna leave the whole...
I got you. Okay, we good on that?
Almost. I am filling, and then I've got to do my my select tool. Oops, that's not my select tool.
Oh wait, is the thing is done? The poll's done?
No, it's almost done.
Okay, because
But
Concon's
it does have a landslide victory.
Fantastic. It's like you don't dictate when you want to go to sleep. Your conscience does it. Yeah, that's so relatable. Okay, you ready for the next step, Jay?
No, I still have to copy it. I'm trying to
Okay.
copy the selection and then
Well, that's also why I said, like, you can do without the symmetry. I thought that might be easier for you.
that's exactly what I'm doing, but I had to figure out how to grab the point so I could move it.
Got
and it was
you.
just taking me longer than I meant to. Perfect.
Okay, so we got that. Awesome. Okay, now we're gonna do the mouth, okay? So
Yes.
we're gonna do a new layer personally, and this is just a very personal choice. I prefer keeping my mouth layers under my eye layers, personally.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go underneath where I did all the eye layers and add a new layer here. And then I'm gonna go grab the, sure, I'll grab the outline color for the rock. We're gonna turn on drawing assist. Okay.
That's our
And
symmetry tool.
yes, I'm sorry. I just
No,
read
no,
what
no,
it's
no.
called.
I want to make sure that it
Yeah.
doesn't mean something else in addition.
No. Okay, so first thing that I like doing is I always have my mouths at base, when I rig them, be the 3 mouth. So what I do here is I go and draw the 3 mouth until it feels like it's a shape and size and position that I like. This will not be in our live 2. This is not going to be our final art, but this is what I start with as a reference. Okay, and I'm also looking this, and I'm going to say, you know what? I think I don't want to use the outline color for the rock. I think I want to go with a straight black color for that, because I think it's going to be more visible.
I'm seeing that, and I agree
Just,
with you. I want it to match my eye color.
yeah, so now I say, you know what? I like this mouth. This I'm happy with. Are you happy with your size and placement and shape? Can I tell you a trick, Jay?
Yes, please.
Okay. This is one of my favorite stupidest tricks I've ever learned. When you want something to be cute, you raise the mouth closer to the eyes. So typically things are viewed as cute when you go with bigger eyes, you go with mouth that's raised up, even sometimes between the eyes, and you typically push the eyes out a little bit further because these are like all the identifiers of like cute things, and specifically like prey creatures, right? Like if you think about a good example is a rabbit, eyes completely on the side of the head, big, and the mouth is like all the way up, like almost in line with the eyes. And so yeah, if you just push the mouth up is like one of the stupidest, easiest things to make things look cuter.
All right, I think I got it.
Okay, you happy with it?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
itty bitty, but he's cute.
Awesome. Yeah. Never in your life did you think a rock could be so adorable. Ah, thank you. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to turn the opacity down on this mouth layer that we just drew, because this is not the mouth layer we're going to use. This is how I determine where I want the mouth to go and how large it's going to be, okay? That's
Okay.
all that's for. Okay, so then we're going to do a new layer, drawing assist, and we are going to, heck, I accidentally color picked. Okay, we're going to draw a line from one side to the other of the mouth with our drawing assist, and we're gonna make sure this line is a line, and we're literally just gonna use it as a reference. We just draw across the two to the two corners.
Cool.
Okay,
I have a line. Yeah.
and then we can turn off the mouth layer because we don't need that one, and now this rock looks really derpy because of his mouth.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't need the 3 mouth anymore. You can get rid of it. Usually I don't start deleting layers till the end when I'm ready to export, but if you want to, you can get rid of it now. Okay, now, next thing we're gonna do here, so we're gonna duplicate this mouth line, okay?
Duplicated.
Yep, we're gonna duplicate it, and now we're gonna turn down the opacity on both mouth lines that we have.
To the same amount or to different amounts?
It doesn't matter, as long as they're both turned down. And then we're gonna take one of them, it doesn't matter which, and we're just gonna drag it until they're about 50% overlapped with each other, like this. That's why we wanted the opacity turned down, so we could see that they were about 50% overlapped with each other. Good?
Hold on. So I have to move the layer down.
No. Move. Okay, you want me to go through it again?
I guess I'm not sure how I select. I have to select the. Yes, please go through it again.
Yeah, okay. So these are my two mouth layers. They're both duplicated. They both have the opacity turned down. I select one of them.
Yes.
And I move that one slightly up. Now, you need to make sure that it is still perfectly centered. I have down here what's called snapping on. Every art program that I know of has the capacity to snap. I don't know if yours does. I don't know how to do that. You don't necessarily need it. You can eyeball it. Like, you can eyeball it. Just try and make sure that it stays directly. Like, if you see I zoom way, way, way in, here's my symmetry line, and we can see the center of this lines up on my symmetry line. That's all we need.
Yeah.
And you want it overlapping just half. So we just grab one and move it up slightly.
Yep.
Okay, all good?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on the layer that we just moved up, we are going to draw, okay? We are going to extend the edges and do up like this. So we have a half moon. If it makes it easier to put these on top of your eye layers so you can see the full thing, this is what it looks like. Do you want me to show you again?
No, I think I've got. I just have to figure out how to draw a half moon.
Okay, here. It doesn't even have to be a perfect half moon. Here, hold on. It literally all that matters, and I'll pull these up here, is you just need to go straight out, and then you can even literally go like this. It doesn't fucking matter. I wouldn't recommend doing that. It'll make it harder to mesh, but like, you can make it a box. It doesn't matter as long as this line on the bottom just goes straight out and then up and connects. Okay?
Alright, I've got it.
Okay. You all good?
Yes.
Alright.
And then I fill it?
Yes, and then you fill it.
It's a very distressed face.
Yeah, okay. And then you're gonna turn the layer opacity back up. And you can just turn the visibility completely off on your half moon or whatever shape you ended up with.
Okay. Am I leaving the opacity on the first one the same, or am I turning that one back up too?
You're turning the opacity back up on both.
Okay.
Okay, good?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I am going to here utilize a simplified mouth rig, okay? That consists of significantly less layers, and we're gonna do, I want to say, maybe 50% of the rigging of what you would normally do on just the most basic of mouth rigs. We're gonna cheat, okay? So y'all, this is actually, and this is, I feel like this is important because I feel like when I'm like, we're gonna cheat, people will be like, oh, it'll look bad. This is the mouth that is utilized on all of my free to use models and all of the slimes. This is the exact mouth, is what we're gonna be doing here. So you can still get like all of the mouth shapes. It just, you have to rig it a little bit differently and it's a lot easier. Okay? Okay, are we using a stylus to draw or a mouse? That is a great question. I'm using a stylus. Jay is using a mouse.
Everything is fine here.
Yeah. Okay, so are you ready, Jay? So we're gonna make a new layer and we're gonna do drawing assist. Okay, and then all we're gonna do here is we're gonna make the mouth. Like this shape. Do you see what I mean? For the shape?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna do that, okay? That's all we're gonna do. You can, if you need to turn down the opacity of the, like, mouth line. Oh, wait, I forgot one thing that I did for this to make our lives easier. Jay, I'm sorry, forgive me. I forgot because I haven't done a mouth like this in, like, a year.
Yeah.
We can just duplicate the mouth line. So we're gonna take that same mouth line again. We're gonna duplicate it, and we're gonna move it up to, like, here. Okay, and then we're gonna just draw the half circle from there. And then we don't even have to draw the full mouth.
I like it.
Yeah. Work smart, not hard. Okay. I always hate this little overlap bit when you use the symmetry tool. There we go. The simple mouth is so much nicer. I hate rigging mouths. I used to hate rigging mouths. I like it a lot more now. But there are a lot of, like, tricks that I've learned to rigging them. Somehow Bone smiling subconsciously made me smile. I love that. Okay, so now what we have, and I'm turning the opacity back up on these. Now what we have here is our mouth line. We call this the lip flap or the lip skin, okay? And then we have the inner mouth outline, okay? Now,
I have a question.
yes.
The layer that we just did, where we made the open mouth with the bottom, is that under or above the original mouth line?
Under.
Layer-wise. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, what I am going to do is I am going to do the color fill for this on a separate layer. You do not have to. The reason why I am doing it on a separate layer is because this file is going up for public use, and I want it to be easily recolorable.
Okay.
Okay, but you don't have to. You can just fill in the mouth outline color with whatever you want your inner mouth color to be, okay?
Oh.
I'm gonna do a little pink.
I want it to half match some of the shadow because I want it to have blue tones in it, which
Ooh.
is weird, but I also want it to be pinky. So I want to add red to the base color, I think.
Okay, so red and blue make purple.
Yes, I know. So I guess I want a blue toned purple that will kind of cool.
Okay.
I don't know.
So I was gonna say something like this, but there's, like, no way for you to see the actual color I'm doing because it will not show up properly on the screen. But yeah, just play around with the color just until you find something that makes you happy.
Ooh, I like that. That'll be really cool. And I'm filling in the open mouth.
Yes, you're filling in the open mouth. And again, for anyone watching, what I'm doing is I'm referencing the outline and I put the inner mouth on a separate layer. And the reason why I'm doing this is because these files are going to be publicly available and I want to make sure they're easy to recolor. All right, so you got that?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So this is the basic model, and then we wanted to add an accessory, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now is accessory time. Jay, what accessory did you want to do?
I want to give it a collar and leash.
You want to give it a collar and leash. We absolutely can do that.
He's my pet, of course. How else will anyone know he's mine?
Yes. I am gonna do a quick BRB to refill my water and all those nice things. And then we will move on to the accessory portion, which is pretty straightforward, and then we can move on to the Live2D. Also, well, I'm gonna go BRB and get a drink and all that stuff. If you want to just sketch out what you want your collar and leash to look like, I know in the original sketch you gave me, there was also a bow, so I don't know if you want to like sort that out, but if you show me exactly what you want it to look like, just a sketch, I can make sure that I provide the appropriate layers for you, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I do like a new layer and just like draw it on there,
Mm-hmm.
that's
Yeah.
cool beans.
Yeah. And you're in charge while I'm gone, okay?
I love that. Thank you. I got this. Hi guys. Oh, where is that? That's the layer I'm trying to turn off. Okay. And now I have to make a new layer. A collar and leash should be adorable. That's what I'm saying. I thought it was gonna be too difficult, so my original idea, I just had like a cute little bow at the top, like a little hair bow. And I was like, oh, it'd be so cool to do like a collar and leash, but I bet that would probably that sounds like it'd probably be really difficult. And Boyd was like, no, we can definitely do that. And so, yeah, collar, leash, sketch. Also, I need everyone to know that I'm actually naming my layers because I only say this because I know it's such a meme to like not like it's not a meme. I'm sorry, that's not the right wording, but like I know how much people talk about like I don't name my layers, and I'm like trying so hard because gosh forbid I go into this later and I never remember what I did. I want the leash, I think, to match color. Not that this matters right now, but so we got a collar. Do I give it little grommets is the question. Is that what those things are called when they have the little circles? Sure, you can manage it with little... I think it's gonna be fine. Yeah, now, like, Void has instilled too much confidence in me with this. I'm trying to think. When I have a collar on, I would only have circles on one side, so I can turn my circle symmetry off. Circle 1, 2, and 3. And turn my symmetry back on. I definitely want like a name tag situation. So I'll do a darker color for that purposes. Turn my symmetry on. That's like a heart, not the... What? Like, cats get fish, dogs get bones. What kind of name tags do rocks get? I were a rock and I had a collar. What would I want my signifier? A gem? That's not a bad idea, Burning. I could do a cute little diamond. I could do like a VTuber sparkle style. Oh, I know how to do this. I learned. Hold on. Horizontal and central symmetry, but the horizontal line has to go down because of where we... I need it to be like in the collar. Yeah. Oh man, I've been using all the tricks. And then you take the line, right? And you go like a zoop. Oops, that's not. Zoop. VTuber sparkle. And then I could put an initial. It's too small, but like I can put a little... I love amethysts. Amethysts are one of my favorite. Opals will forever be my all-time favorite like gem thing because both my grandmothers wore opals. And so I'm obsessed and I love opals. But amethysts are a close second one because I like purple. Yeah, I think we could do like a little VTuber sparkle and then in theory put the little... It'll be like, what's my initial? My rock doesn't have a name yet. That's okay, it doesn't need a name yet. My goal is if I can get this to work and I can figure out how to do this, then I could make people rocks and then I could have a rock army instead of a rock opera. Haha. Alright, so we have cute little this. Oh, it's just my dog at the door. And then I can do like the leash would come like this. So it would be like a little, like this is where the leash is connected thing. I don't know if anything would be there. And then we have Oops, I wanted to go. Oh wait, this is why we do the bigger, so that it shows less imperfections. That's the leash. No. I think it's almost too big still. And then I go back like that. And then we would need a loop. That's right. So then we would take this and go a little less. And we would go, here's my loop. I did it. It's not colored in, but that's okay. I can color it in. I know how to do this. I'm a skilled artist. Oh gosh, nope. Lines aren't connected. Me and my inability to connect lines all the time. Do. Come on, go back. Right there. No, that's sir. This is a Phil. Sir. Hello, art program. Okay, you know what would be better? You know what is the smarter way of doing this? I should have just taken a big brush and done it that way. Actually, and that's probably how, you know what? That's probably how we'll do the real thing, is we'll take a big brush and just go zoop all the way across. And then it's nice, thick, and even. And then I draw the little thing in the middle. And then I draw the leash part. And then I erase to make the circles. Thanks, Con. Void has made this so, like, anything with art so much fun for me. And the number of times I come to Void with an art question or be like, hey, what about this concept? And then I explain how I think art or rigging for it would happen. And Void often is like, no, that's not how it would be done, but that's okay. I love the idea, and I like how you are thinking about the blah, 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 and it makes me so excited. So I just continuously, like, I think about a concept, and then I put it in terms of, well, if Void was doing this, how would Void art? And oh, hi! Welcome back!
What about Void?
I was talking about how when I, like, have art concept ideas and, like, I come to you and being like, I think this is how you would art or rig it. Am I right? And you're often like, no, but you tried. Like when I came to you about the glue.
I want to say it's not true, but it is. But you always try, and I love how engaged you are. I really do. I love the questions. I love the engagement.
It makes me happy, like, because even if I could be completely wrong, like, I still want to get it right or think about it, I guess is the thought.
Yeah.
And I love that.
No, I love you. Okay.
No.
Also, oh, Con, thank you. I'm glad you think I'm a good teacher. Okay, so I'm looking at what you got here, and that's actually really easy. So I think I am gonna start with the same color as I have for my mouth and eye outline, but you can use whatever color you want to for yours. And we're gonna turn on our symmetry tool. Okay, and then
let me just get a new layer started. Would I put this above the eyes or below the mouth?
I would put it below the mouth.
Okay.
So now pro artist tip. You ready for the pro artist tip?
Yeah.
Okay, you just increase the brush size to however thick you want that to be.
So, this is literally what I was saying before because I drew it right, and I was like, you know, when we come back and we do this for real, I'm probably just gonna end up increasing the brush size, drawing the line, and then maybe erasing the circles.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do is just increase the brush size.
I'm gonna also hold on. I want to turn down the opacity on my sketch layer so I can refer to it.
Yep.
And then here's my collar. Oh, I gotta go get the original color. I'm matching this to the inside of I'm matching it to the inside of my mouth because I want them to be the same.
You know what?
Oh, but do I want it? Do we need an outline? Like, do I want to do it?
Okay, so we're gonna follow the steps that Void's saying in the order Void's saying them, and all and your questions will be answered. You draw the
Okay.
one line. But yeah, we're gonna do it the same way we did the underfill. We're just gonna draw the one
Okay.
line and then we're gonna decrease the brush size slightly and then draw another line. That's all.
Perfect.
It's
That's where I was
yeah.
going, and that's exactly what I was gonna try. I wanted to ask, and I just wasn't there.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna go. I think I'm also maybe gonna do purple. I was doing that color and then I was like, this doesn't work well with the rock. I
And
think
I
I
want to
actually.
overdraw it, right?
Huh?
I want to overdraw it.
Yes, you want to overdraw it.
Yay.
Okay, I think that's better. Yeah. Now, there is a different way we can do this. We could just, if we wanted to like have it have fancy sides and stuff, but I would rather just like clip it onto the body so it can turn with it properly. But I know what we're gonna do. I know what we're gonna do to make it fancy. I had a thought. Okay, so now we're gonna draw the inner line. Okay, which we're just gonna do the same way we did the outer line.
And just a smaller brush.
Yep, just a smaller brush. Or you can, and I don't know how to do this for yours, Jay, so ignore what I'm doing here. You can do the same thing we did with the rock. Now, because it's not a relatively square size, you can't properly distort it, right? Even if you change the distortion, you're not gonna get like it perfectly. See, it'll like distort at weird sizes, but you can start with that, and then what I use is the liquefy tool, and then you can like push things around. So this is how I still use that technique, even if it's like not a square shape, is I just go and grab my little liquefy tool and then just push things around. Personally, I like one of the reasons why I like doing this is I feel like it's an easy way to get some variation in line weight. This music is so vibey, thank you. I went and found a random like lo-fi DMCA free playlist to put on here because yeah, I needed music and my normal playlist is not a good playlist to go on YouTube. YouTube yells at me. And since I wanted the VODs to be available, this is what we went with. So I'm glad you like it. Alright, got that. Okay, you got your 2 lines?
Yeah, I'm just not as mine's not as it's not as even like middle wise as yours, and so I'm getting perfectionist with it, which I need to stop because I could always post fix that.
Yes, you can always come back and fix it again later. Okay, now, the next thing we're gonna do is, do you have anything you want to put on here?
Yeah, I want to put a little gem, a VTuber sparkle shaped gem in the middle to be like its name tag.
A VTuber sparkle. Okay, got
Yeah,
you.
I asked chat what like dogs get bones, cats get fish. What do rocks get? And they said like
VTuber
gemstones
sparkle.
and stuff. So I decided I wanted the VTuber sparkle, and I thought the best way to do that would be to use all the 3 symmetry toolies and just move the horizontal one to the right spot.
Yep, You can do that. Another thing you can do is you can make, if you only have one symmetry tool, like I do, you can just make the top part and then duplicate and flip and move down. Like that.
And then I need to change my color, be darker. This. Oh, and I make my thingy a smaller thingy. It's not too big, there's no such thing. Haha. And then I want to fill it in, and then... Oh shoot, I did it on the wrong layer. No!
The second this song started, you felt like you had just transcended through the astral plane. Amazing.
And then I would fill it in. Now, I was just gonna say for the highlights, I would want to do a backfill, and then have little, or I would want to use this darker one as the backfill, and then put another lighter layer on it with the little, like how you have, right?
So how I did this, okay, is I've got the backfill layer, I've got the base color layer, I've got the lines, and now I'm putting in these colors on top of it.
Okay.
Honestly, looking at this mouth feels like so terrifying, and I'm like, nobody's gonna come stop by my stream if they see this. So I'm just switching the mouth over because I can't. It looks so alarming.
I love that.
Okay, I'm like, I don't want that to be what people see on the stream. How you doing, Jay?
I'm good. I'm trying to make like how you have that shadow with your little gem, and I can't tell if you did it with you went wide on it or not, but I thought it might make sense to.
It doesn't have to because we're just gonna merge all these layers.
Oh.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like these lines probably needed to be longer.
What lines?
The little lines that followed the symmetry.
Oh,
in the
you're
middle.
fine. Jay, it's okay. Remember what we said? I'm gonna tell you what I started telling Bert. It doesn't have to be perfect. It looks great. Like you're all good. It's not like
I just want it to be amazing.
it is amazing. Also, hi Cat, I love you. How are you doing? How did you sleep? I hope you're doing good. If Cabo's still here, Cabo, Cat is also a fan of doomed old man Yaoi. So be friends.
You said we're merging all of these layers? Sorry, interrupted.
Yeah, when we're done.
Okay. Yeah. I won't make another new layer for this shadow if that's the case.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Hi, Cabo. I thought that me saying those words would summon you back. Cat got in their feelings because I was offended by the fact that they were sending burning yaoi, and I was like, no, you don't understand. It's not about, like, you know, you interacting with burning. Because Cat was all like, oh, so what? You encourage other people to hit on / date burning, but I can't send him yaoi. Correct. Correct. Because I am slowly introducing burning to fan fiction and yaoi and all that, and you can't take that from me. I need to be there for that. It's important. You haven't had the best week and you didn't sleep super well. Aww. I'm sorry, Cat. I know you didn't, Cat. No, I know you didn't. I know you didn't. I know you didn't. That story just like makes me laugh so much because you were like, excuse me. And I was like, no. Listen, it's not, you can send to him after I've properly introduced him. I just want to be there. I need to be his first. You know what I mean? That's all. That's all this is. Okay, that's all. It's not even a long-term thing. It's just, you know, I just...
Okay, I fixed my shadow. I'm happy with it.
Okay, you all set? Alright, so then after I did the gem, the next thing that I did is I just went and took and did like a shadow and a highlight layer onto the like base color of the collar just to give it some texture. So I can show you again. All I did was I literally just grabbed a big brush and just went swoop. Like that's I just and then this is what it looks like. Okay. Now the only problem with this is you don't have clipping layers. Now I was gonna merge these before exporting to Live2D. Oh, you have to merge these before exporting to Live2D. because, or else, so I don't know how you can draw that onto. Yes, I do. Do you have the magic selection tool?
Yes.
Okay, so you're gonna.
Well, I have selection tools.
Yeah, so there should be one that automatically selects if you click on a color. So if you do that on the base color of your collar, you can just draw and it'll only draw within the selection.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if you enter the selection tool, do you have an option that looks like a magic wand?
Yes.
That's the magic selection tool. So if you just boop on the base color of the collar, and then you can switch to your brush, and you can do the swoopy line like I did, and it'll like whoa, and then it'll just show up in that area.
Definitely did not happen, but I probably did it wrong.
Are you on the layer of the collar? Because it selects from the layer.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm doing wrong. You're right. This collar.
These are gonna be the most dripped out rocks humanity will ever come across, right?
And then I take this and I take.
There you go.
I should probably up my my smoothing's very, very high. We'll try. That's okay. Okay. That's fine. It does not need to be perfect.
Yeah, and then I did the same thing with a highlight color on the other side.
Okay.
Okay, fantastic. So now that we have all this, the next thing that we're gonna do, and this is just gonna be us being a little bit extra, but I feel like you want to be extra. Am I correct in this assumption?
You're not wrong.
Okay. So we're gonna draw the sides of the collar, because this is gonna allow us to essentially here, I'm gonna group all this and then I'm gonna merge it so I can show you what it's gonna look like. I just don't want to get rid of the unmerged layers yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have this, and this is gonna clip onto the rock. Although technically in Live2D you can clip it onto the bottom layer because it doesn't have to be. So it'll look like this. Okay, but you say, that looks kind of weird because it doesn't have the sides, right? And it's like directly on here. So what we're gonna draw here is we're gonna follow the, oh gosh, not at that size though. We're gonna follow like the side of the rock where it connects, and we're gonna make a little like collar here, like just a little bit of a sticking out part. Honestly, we can probably just do the line like that. Now, if you want to make it a little bit prettier, you know, you can give it a little bit of a shape, right? And then you're gonna do the same on the other side. Follow the shape of your rock.
What layer am I doing this on?
On its own layer.
On its own layer.
On its own layer. And then we're also gonna go ahead and give it its like the base color.
And I would do this with my vertical symmetry on, correct? No, I would
No,
not,
because your rock is not
different.
symmetrical.
Yeah. If it was a symmetrical shape, I would probably.
Correct, yeah. Yeah, so all we want to do is just make sure that you know what? I might not even do the fill on mine because I am annoyed by it right now.
How do I get it to stop doing the color? It's still doing the select by color thing. I don't want it to do that anymore.
Get rid of your selection tool. You turn off the selection. Again, I don't know your art program.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I will figure out how to.
Yeah, I think I am just gonna go with just drawing the line and not having the color fill in. So I'm gonna, yeah, there we go. This song sounds like it should be in Minecraft. Fantastic. Also, thank you for the daily debris, Cat and Con. Okay, yeah, Jay, I decided I'm just gonna do the line because I realized with the shading on the collar, it'll be a lot to rig. So I would, yeah, just do the line like that. Don't do,
Okay.
yeah. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. No, there's an easier way to do this. I'm sorry. Hold on. My brain clearly isn't functioning because there's 1,000 times easier way to do this. If I were smart. Hold on. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I might possibly need a break if my brain is like this poorly functioning.
That's so valid.
But if I were smart, I would say you just fucking draw behind the rock. And all you have to do that is you can just take the outline layer that you already had, duplicate it, which actually, let me just go get the outline layer from over here. You take, well, the backfill, right? You take it, you duplicate it, you put it behind your rock, and this will make it easier to have it move with the actual layer. You put it behind the rock, and then you erase until you just have like a little bit of a like an outline, and then we'll be able to put it in the same warp deformer, and it'll move with it perfectly. There we go. That's what we'll do. That is the intelligent way to rig this. I don't know what I was trying to do there. Yeah. Okay, so do you understand what I just did? I took...
Yeah. You took the layer, you put it behind, you doubled the layer, you took it behind, and then you erased.
Yeah, just make sure you turn off the symmetry.
Yes, yeah, I have symmetry off.
There we go. That's way smarter. That's the way I should have been doing this. Do. Yeah. Brain go burr. Okay. Mine is all set. Let me know when yours is.
I am set.
Okay, fantastic. All right, now we got this, and this is what it'll look like. Okay, and you wanted a leash, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, the next thing we're gonna do is draw the leash. Now, we are not doing like a complicated leash. We're not gonna go with any sort of like complex physics, but we're gonna go grab like a silvery color, turn on our drawing assist. Also, if you don't know, to make something look silvery, you actually want to go for a gray that is slightly blue. And we're gonna make a little D-shaped ring. okay?
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna do like the dark outline, and then we're gonna do like a lighter fill. You're gonna want it to go, and this is, I think, gonna be the easiest way to do it. We're gonna want to extend up above where the collar is, because we're just gonna put it underneath the collar, so like where they're attached is just not visible. We're not gonna get super complicated with that. Yeah, and then we just do a lighter color for the inside, and then all we're gonna do for the coloring is just gonna be adding a slightly lighter color like this. Are you watching what I'm doing, Jay, or are you watching what you're doing? Because I do want you to see this part.
A little bit of both, yes. I will
Okay,
watch it.
so just watch this. So I am drawing, actually here, I'll unclip it so you can see. I was gonna say, oh, you can't use clipping. So what you're gonna do here is you're gonna do the selection tool again, okay?
Okay.
So you're gonna do selection tool on the base color. You're gonna do you can do 2 lines like this, and then you're gonna do a much lighter, you can even go like to straight white if you want, and you're gonna do those lines in the center of those, and then we're just gonna I don't know how to do this on yours. There definitely is a way to do it, but I use the blur tool. You can just leave them as is if you just want to have like a solid line highlight, but just like that.
Could I just reduce the hardness of the brush to make that effect? Or
Yeah,
that
you
not...
can you can do that. You can use instead like a soft brush. But yeah, that's it. That's all I do.
Oh,
Just
I draw my D-ring. Oops. I feel like I need to go a little wider. And then this is...
Oh my gosh, it's a Fretty! Hi Fretty, I love you. How are you? Sorry, continue. Yes, Jay.
This is gonna end up being like 4 layers of stuff. The backfill, the main color, and then the highlight. Has 2 or 1?
It's all gonna be put together in 1 layer. But but this was just how I do it to make the art. This is what it's gonna be at the end. You see how this is just 1 layer underneath. That's what it's gonna end up as. You're good, I'm glad. Did you sleep, Fretty? You better have. Or I'll fight you. You just woke up. Yes, good. How was your sleep?
And I do the magic selecty thing on this color. Oops, I'm on the wrong. Magic selecty on this color. I do the softer brush. Doesn't actually have softness. Oh, I need to turn my symmetry tool off for this part. my two little lines, my highlight lines.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
then next step.
Next step is we're gonna make the hook.
Okay.
Okay. First just like sketch your hook.
And I want this to be the same color as the other backfill.
If you would like it to be. That's what I'm choosing to do, because for me, they're both like the same metal.
Perfect. And then I take this. Oh, I had to take off.
Actually, you know what? No, we're gonna do an even easier method. Sorry, I was just thinking about it. I was like, this is a little bit of a complex thing. We're gonna just do a stylized hook. Instead of doing a hook directly onto it, we're just gonna do the little circle. I was trying to think of like the best way to explain it to you on how to do it in Live2D, but I think just doing the stylized, like having it floating, I think it's gonna be 1,000 times easier. It's gonna be so much less painful. Let's limit the pain for you, okay? So just make a circle. Just make a little
I
circle.
can do that.
Yeah,
definitely.
just do the circle and just make it. We'll just do a stylized floating thing. Okay, that's gonna suck so much less. That's gonna just be a much better time for you. And then you can just do the same thing that you did with the highlights on here. You can just do a little highlight, and then a little highlight.
And these are this is gonna get merged down as well?
Mm-hmm. There we go. Fantastic. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. We're not masochists.
I like it. Thank you.
Yeah, we're not masochists. We could even just leave it at that if you prefer the visual of that. We could literally do if you don't want the D-ring, we can have the D-ring, but if you don't want the D-ring, we could just do like 2 of these or something. Wish your art teacher taught you the things you've learned on this stream. Oh, I'm glad. Personally, I'm actually liking how the circles look over the D-ring.
Yeah, I kind of do too. It's
Okay.
they make easier sense to my brain. The D-ring
Yeah,
is
and
also
they'll be easier to rig. So let's just toss the D-ring then. We'll just go super stylized over doing something fancy. Hi Prince, how you doing? Okay, and then after that, all we're gonna do is we are gonna draw. We're gonna have a layer. We're gonna add a drawing assist layer. Okay.
Hold on, before we do, can we back up a second? So I have my circle. So I just need 2 of them.
You only need 1 technically. We're gonna duplicate them in Live2D.
Okay.
I just did that to show you what it looked like. You only need 1. Okay. We good?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So now we're gonna go and we're gonna make the leash, okay? So for the leash, we're gonna turn on drawing assist and take the base color layer, not the base color, the underfill. That's the word I was looking for, underfill layer. Okay? And now we're gonna do we're gonna do the same way, if you remember from the tail. It was like, oh, but Void, why are you drawing it and it's not how we actually want it? That's what we're gonna do here. Okay, we're gonna draw, not actually how we want the leash to be, because we're gonna give us the option to literally tug at the leash. So we're gonna draw it like this, and then we're gonna add at the bottom the little handle, however you want to draw your handle, your little loopy thing, right? And then what we're gonna do when we go into Live2D is we'll be able to literally... Oh my god, I hate that there isn't a good way to explain it here. We're literally gonna be able to, like,
Bend and warp it as
pull...
we want.
Yeah. And what we'll do is we'll take it and we'll move it down here. And then my thought was to have it, like, it'd be able to turn and pull in whichever direction it's going. Sound good?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I have to get... Somehow I have a select and now I have to get rid of it. And I don't know how I did it.
Also, Con, can I ask, like, what specifically it is that, like, you wish your art teacher had taught you? Because I feel like, I don't know, I didn't think of anything that I've done today as, like, I don't know, not common knowledge at the very least, especially, like, if you know how to, if you have experience with art. So I'm very curious, like, what it was that you found helpful, because knowing that helps me figure out what to do for the future, you know?
I have a hard time drawing straight lines.
Yeah, there usually is, like, a line tool, but I don't know what that looks like on there. Like I said, I apologize.
I don't
only
either, and that's
really
fine.
know my art program.
I was hoping, since I'm zoomed in, I was gonna see if I could cheese it and scroll wheel myself down.
I mean, that's a way.
It did not work, unfortunately.
I imagine it didn't, but, you know, points for inventive solutions. It doesn't have to be perfectly straight. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. All your art teacher taught you was draw like a ball with a... Oh my god, no, I hate that. Oh my god, no. I hated art classes as a kid. To be fair, there were a lot of classes that I hated as a kid, which is so funny as somebody who was, like, a kid who liked school. Like, I loved learning, but I hated how so many classes were handled. I literally could not... I wanted to learn how to play guitar. And I got a guitar, and I tried going to music lessons, and I couldn't learn guitar because, like, the teachers would not work with a way that worked for me for learning. They were like, no, you have to learn how to read music, and you have to learn all of the notes and everything first. And I said, I can't do that. And they said, well, how do you want to learn? And I said, well, the way that I learn best is start with a song and work backwards from there. I was like, it's learning music is literally can be done with muscle memory. There's, like, you don't have to start another way. I was like, teach me how to play songs and then teach me the notes and chords from those songs. You also tried guitar but couldn't get through it. I think a lot of issues with, like, education in general more come from, like, insisting on one standardized method of teaching when people are not standardized, which is apparently an unpopular opinion to say that people aren't standardized. But yeah, it's a whole thing. So a lot of stuff that I know how to do, I kind of just had to, like, teach myself because of difficulties with learning. Oh yeah, the finger pain. Yeah, I had bad hands. I imagine had I had a teacher who could actually, like, work with me, that would have been the issue that I then ran into. Like I think I think it still would have, been a problem for me because of my hands, but like we'll never know because that teacher sucked. How's yours going, Jay?
It's going. Slowly, but going. I also just realized I grabbed the wrong color for one of these, but that's fine. I can fix that.
You can just color fill it, yeah.
My lines are straighter than me, but still not straight.
Yeah?
Yeah. Like, I can't. Like, I was trying so hard with the collar portion to make it so that the line weight would be pretty consistent for the, like, difference.
Mm-hmm.
And it's definitely not.
That's okay. It's not... I feel like a broken record. It's
I
not that
know.
serious. It's not that serious, y'all.
I
Nobody
just
needs...
like smooth lines.
I know. I know. You learned guitar, piano, and flute for 3 years each. That's awesome. When it comes to art at my school, you pretty much have to learn everything essential by yourself, and the teachers only help with some of the other aspects, if that makes sense. Makes art feel like a self-taught subject, and you hate that you learn more about art from people that aren't even your teacher. You don't have a problem learning from me, but you think your teacher could have done a better job. Yeah, I feel like that's the case with a lot of teachers, if we're being real. I feel like a lot of them could be doing a better job. Okay. And then once you're done with like doing the colors for the leash, we can just do like what's it called? Shadow and highlight for texture again. Just like a little basic thing. Same thing we did on the collar. Okay?
Mm-hmm. And so I take that and I use this to pick that color. And then I grab this color again just to make sure I have it. Oh, am I?
Oh, also thank you for the stretchies and SimSip. I have not been doing stretches. I need to be doing stretches. Jay, do stretches too. Specifically, make sure you're stretching your hand and your arm.
Oops, I had the symmetry tool on.
Hey guys, what color should my cat ears be? Should we do pink? Or should we make them match the collar? I feel like pink would be cute. Which, Jay, you don't have to be on the accessory. I'm just starting on mine, so that I can then focus on you for yours.
Yeah, I gotcha.
You like pink for cuteness? Agree. You had to do something that you like to pass the time in school. Fantastic. Pink, absolutely. Glad we're all on the same page. You suggest piano because it's easier and less painful than than guitar. Yeah. Well, less painful depending. Like for me, it's an issue for my hands both ways. So, but yes, for an average person without my specific medical issues, I imagine piano is a lot less painful. Also, y'all, heads up, there is a storm. So, you know, if you lose me, I apologize. Oh, it's storming where you are too? Do we all secretly live in the same place? This is a joke. Okay, so not kidding you, actually, I've had people where I figured out that we lived nearby to each other, like people I've met online that I figured out because they gave me specifics about their weather information. I had somebody send me a picture of like just the weather outside one time, and I went, oh, you absolutely live within like a 45-minute radius of me. And they were like, there is no way you know that based on the way. I was like, nope, I guarantee you live within a 45-minute radius of me. And that's exactly, they did. But I could tell just based on the exact weather. I was like, oh, you don't, I know you live within the US. Um, it's definitely you're nearby me. And it's actually how, it's one of the ways that I was like, you know what? I think Burning has to live near me, and he does, and we've met, which was really nice. But yeah, no, garbage weather people unite.
Okay, I think my leashes and collar is all set and ready.
Okay. Awesome. Now you wanted to do a bow?
Yeah, or just like yeah, that sounds cool. I love the idea of a little bow.
It doesn't have to be a bow. You don't have to even do anything.
No, he could wear a bow.
Well, that's what you did on this sketch. That's
I
what.
know.
Okay.
I
All right.
know.
So just use your symmetry tool. You don't have to place it like exactly where you want it. It's just gonna be easier to use the symmetry tool. And honestly, the way that I would draw a bow. Okay. Turn on the symmetry tool. Draw 2 hearts. Or draw one heart because it's a symmetry tool, right? You can draw a heart. Okay. And then you can fill in the heart. And then you can do the like same thing again. Right? And then you make a new layer and you don't drawing assist this. I don't know why I clicked that. Okay, and believe it or not, you're gonna draw another heart. Okay, and this is gonna be the center of it. Here, I'll do a different color so you can see better. Heart, okay, but you make it slightly more rounded, and that's the center of the bow. Now, obviously, yeah, bows are just a bunch of hearts. Okay, so that's what I would do, and then the other thing that you can do. Sorry, let me do that. And then the other thing you can do is you just do, in a thinner one, loop. Wah. Okay. Wah. Just a little loop. Though you want to follow the heart a little bit better. Yeah, loop. Yeah, it's drawing bows is not difficult. It's just a bunch of hearts. Burning, you should excel at this. When you think of garbage weather, the first place that comes to mind is London. That's fair. I've never been to. Oh. It is really bad weather. Hold on.
Yeah. When I think of garbage, I think about Rochester because we have this food called Rochester, or the garbage plate, which is typically 2 burgers or cheeseburgers or hot dogs, and then you'll see variations like chicken strips and grilled cheese and things for people who don't like hamburgers or hot dogs. And then you put that on a bed of mac salad and french fries or home fries. Some people substitute baked beans. I'm not a bean person. And then you smother that with a spicy like ground meat sauce, and then you put white onions, raw, completely raw, diced white onions, and then mustard. I'm not a mustard fan, but like that's what the house typically puts on. I always ask no mustard. And then when it's delivered to you, typically what you do is you take Tabasco and or Frank's Red Hot, not the Buffalo Frank's Red Hot, the like original like pepper one, and then ketchup, and you drown it, and then you eat that, and then you take the little side of bread that it comes with and you put some butter on it, and you clean your plate with it, and then you're happy.
Fantastic. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Okay. Why is the weather so bad today? What the heck? This is illegal.
Oh wow, yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I am okay. I am gonna be fine. I am not gonna have a panic attack. And we're gonna be all good. So it's fine. Right?
And if at any point that we need to like reschedule anything, we're allowed to do that. I'm not saying that that's necessarily what's going to happen, but I'm giving you the space to like totally fine.
Thank you. Yeah, so for anyone who does not know me well, I have pretty bad anxiety and panic attacks, and loud noises is a trigger, so finger guns. Yeah. Oh my god, it's us, Steven! Yes, we're still in Artland.
To be fair, we're pretty close with Artland.
Yeah, we're almost done. Void who's void. You're back, sorry earphones died. Welcome back, Fretzy, I love you.
Am I gonna be merging the bow layers together?
Yeah, you can. I would say that it might work better to have the knot on a separate layer.
Okay,
Also,
yeah, no, I wanted to have an idea of which ones would be together or not.
Valid. Also, I love Burning's art. It's so good. I'll show it when we switch to Live2D and I'm at the PC. That's so, it's so good. Okay. Um, yeah. Once you're done with your bow, we are all set. It is
And then
absolutely wild that it's 5 o'clock.
I do a new layer here, and I want to actually not see these ones so I can make sure I'm doing this. Ooh, actually I need to color pick that, so let me put that back.
I was gonna say you're probably actually gonna want to keep those layers on, and maybe you can use a different color if you're concerned about visibility for you, because you're gonna want the shape and placement to fit with the bow.
I have the backfill. I need to do the other one on top of it, and that's why I want to make
Gotcha.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love you.
And you know what? I'll go do a quick bow as well. I don't like the shape that I did this bow, so I'm gonna make sure that I have a bow though, so that I can actually wait a minute. I think I just don't like how tall it is. I bet you I can just fix that, and then I can just use this one. Can I or can I not? Can I not, because it will make the shape stupid? That is correct. Wait,
I love you.
Oh, part of the issue here is that it's not symmetrical. Makes sense. It's fine, I'll just redraw it.
I don't like how my knot is going, and I don't like that.
I'm sorry. Do you want
I
me to
don't
show you again?
know.
Because you're using backfill on the knot, which I did not do.
Um,
Which is probably what's making it a
yeah.
struggle for you.
Hold on, that makes more sense. I can just go back to when I did where's my outline of it? Did you fill it in with the other color?
Yeah, so here, I'll show you my steps again. So I did wrong brush. Hold on. Recent. There we go. So I did my hearts, which if you give me a second to draw ones that I'm happy with. Okay. And then I did the base color. Okay, and then I went and took the bottom color and I did a smaller line and no symmetry, just a heart-ish shape. And then fill it in with the base color. Okay, that makes sense?
Yeah, I thought I did it as two separate layers to do like a backfill, and that now makes a lot more sense as to why.
But it doesn't need to be perfect. That's correct. It doesn't. And I feel like a broken record, but it does not seem to be getting through. Have a good lurk, Fretty, and have fun with playing your game. Also, welcome back, Nyx. I hope you had fun.
Wait, no, I have to do it the other direction, don't I? I have to fill the line in first.
Can you elaborate?
I had done the line art of the knot in a different color so I could see better, like you had suggested. And then when I did the fill in, I wanted to make sure that I would do it in the right order.
Yeah. Okay. We got that. And then if you want to be extra fancy, you see where I have this little curve?
Yeah.
Okay, I then take a slightly darker color and we do like this. Wow. So, whoops. I have something referenced clearly. Wow, look at that. So fancy. Hi, Soul, how's it going? Yeah, we're doing a pet rock today.
And then you filled that in with another color. Did you do that on the same layer as the dark line for the bottom bow? Or the, like, sheepy thing? Or was that
doesn't matter,
layer?
we're merging it.
Cool. That's what I needed to know. So then I take this color, just based off of this one, which is going to be just a little bit darker.
Yeah, we're not getting fancy with the physics and movements on the bow.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure.
No, I'm just letting you know that's what we're doing and why. It's going all right. Sorry you haven't been around much. Been a lot of mental health stuff and didn't want to lash out at friendos. No, nobody is ever obligated to be at streams. Like, that's not, I don't ever want anyone to feel like they have to be like, sorry, I haven't been around. Like, you don't. I am excited to see people when they're here, but you don't ever have to be here. You're job-obligated, yes. Exactly, Steven. Okay, now we have the baby girl bow and the baby girl cat ears. I have two options. And you let me know when you're done with yours, and then we can just prep for export.
Yeah, I just gotta finish this line so I could fill it in.
You'll be fired
I
if you
figured
don't
out
show
why
up,
my things, I needed to change my smoothing. The weight needed to be increased. Not just the smoothing quality or whatever it was.
Yeah.
There we go. Haha. Success.
Fantastic.
I am ready. I'm just fixing a line. I'm ready to prep for export.
Well, if you're fixing a line, you're not ready.
Oh, it doesn't paste on vertical. Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, I did. I probably fixed that earlier, but I didn't realize at that time. Haha. All right, cool. Yes.
Okay. We good? We ready?
Yes.
Okay. So now what we're gonna do, personally, I save a backup. Okay, so I would save the file. I would do file save as and name it like pet rock backup PSD. Okay?
.psd. That's right. We learned that the other day.
Yes. For if you're in Procreate, you just duplicate the file. Okay. And then you're gonna then save it as like the regular, like you say dot backup or whatever, and then we can edit it from there. But we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get rid of all of our layers that we were using to trace from. So I had my sketch as well as the rock, so we're going to delete all those. We're going to go in and say, hey Void, why the heck do you have all these blank layers? I don't know. Delete those. Okay, delete anything that maybe you drew and turned off the layer. Delete the little sketch that you did of Jay in the corner. Basically, just get rid of anything that isn't an active model layer. Get rid of the little 3 mouth, because we don't need
Get rid of the
that.
old original rock pictures.
Yeah, that was the actual first thing that I said to get rid of.
You probably did, and I just did not hear any of it, you know?
That's so valid.
That stays, that stays. These are my shadows. Those all stay. Oh gosh. I know I have a mouth somewhere to get rid of. Where is it? That one. Haha. The original mouth. That makes sense.
Yes.
That it didn't have like a number next to its name. Where's the leash so I don't have to... Okay. Oh, that's a layer that just has nothing on it. I hope. Hold on. Yeah, there's just nothing on that. Cool. Delete. Okay, those are the mouthies. That's the... we still need that half circle thing, that, right?
Yes, yes, we very much need the half circle.
I figured, and I didn't want to move it. I just...
Yeah.
That's the outside of my eyes. That's that. Okay, I think that's all of the layers. I think I did it.
Okay, now we're gonna make sure all of our, we're gonna go take our leash layer, not the collar, the leash layer, and we're gonna make sure it's all the way at the top of our layer list. I know the leash is several layers. Grab all of them and throw them at the top of the layer list. You should be able to select multiple and move them.
I was trying with like the control select or control click and that click, and it didn't. So I just decided I wasn't gonna keep trying to figure it out.
Yeah, that's valid. Okay. Now I think what we're gonna do, because again we're trying to keep things simple, is we're gonna merge all the layers for the leash.
And that means the leash and the leash hook?
No.
Okay.
The
all my
leash
leash
and
layers
leash.
are merged then, because I did the clipping thing with
and
the
the outline too?
Yep.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. Then for the bow, we're gonna make sure that the knot is 1 layer and the rest of the bow is 1 layer.
Okay.
So then we should have 2 bow layers.
So when I merge things down, right? So I have my topmost bow layer right now is the little bottom loops. So when I right click it and I click merge down, and that puts it with the layer below it. Okay. And then when I do that again, that'll put it with the backfill. Okay.
Okay.
Aha, it worked.
Yeah. Then I'm gonna merge this and I'm gonna leave these separate for the ears. Am I? No. I'm gonna do this, doing the same thing on the ears, having it be 2 layers. Okay, now the next thing below that should be the eye holes, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna make sure these are on separate. Do you know how to separate them out? Probably not. We'll do it in Live2D then. And I'll just explain what you would normally do here so that people have both options. So typically in Live2D, or when making a Live2D model, what you're gonna wanna do is your left and right are gonna wanna be on separate layers. So you see how these 2 eyes, like the left and right, are all on their own layer. I know that different programs have different ways of doing it. In Procreate, what you're going to do is you're going to take your selection tool, you're going to select one side, you're going to copy paste, and then you're going to go back to that same thing. You're going to select one side and get rid of it. And then we have this layer. These are separated out. So I'm going to undo all of that because we're not going to do it that way. We're going to show you how to do that same layer cutting in Live2D. So that is how you typically would do it. All right?
Okay.
Okay. Then we've got, under that, we've got the like lip skin. We've got the lip line. We've got the, you have the whole inner mouth as one layer, but I have it as two so that people can recolor if they use this asset, right?
Yes.
Oh, I'm an idiot then. I should have made the ears and the bow separate layers. Nah, they can go hand redraw those, I don't care. That's a whole, no, listen, actually, at that point, do I want to do that? Do I want to just merge these? I'm just gonna merge these because the effort of trying, first I have to go back and undo this, but also I was thinking about it and I can't have the layers separated for the collar, so we're not gonna. Okay, so we're gonna make sure the circle for the leash, the little chain part, that's all one layer. Good.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna figure out which layer that is.
Okay.
Like the only one I probably didn't properly name.
Yeah.
Oh my god, where is it? That's an extra layer I can get rid of. Nope, that's the gem. The gem shadow.
Piano is going off on this one. Yeah. A lot of these songs are really good.
Oh no, I don't know which layer it is.
You can't find.
Oh, I found it. I found it.
It's all one layer?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, and then we want the gem to all be one layer, and then the rest of the collar will be a separate layer, like this.
So the little circle thing, I know I couldn't find it. I moved it up towards the top with my leash, thinking it was part of the leash. So should I move that?
It can be up towards the top with the leash.
Okay.
That's fine.
So I'm gonna merge my collar layer down.
Mm-hmm.
Into my
and
collar.
you want the gem to be separate.
And then okay, so my gem shadow gets merged down to the gem, which gets merged down to the gem backfill.
To be fair, this genre in general is amazing. Agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Then we have all of our highlights and shadows are on their separate layers, yes?
Yes. Highlights are all separated, shadows are all separated.
Then we've got the base color, the backfill, and then behind that is the back of the color that we made, right?
Oh, that was the layer I just deleted. I'm so silly. Hold on, let me go backspace because I can bring it back. I moved it to the back. I didn't realize that's why it's in the back.
Yeah.
Thankfully, that's, if anything, a very easy layer to redraw. Yeah, I have to redraw that.
Okay, so what we did with that is
I duplicated it and moved it to the bottom, right?
Yeah, but you don't have the layer that you should have duplicated because you already merged it, right?
No, I was able to backspace before the merge.
Okay, so yeah, you just take the line color, like the backfill, and you move it to the back, and you just want it just extended slightly outside the line, like this. And then essentially what it's going to end up looking like when we have it in Live2D is it'll look like this.
Yes.
Yes. Something you may consider getting into is not only art, but also animation. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Yes, I remember now because this was the thing where I did all the cool erasing.
Mhm.
And I was like, I love eraser tools.
Yeah. Now I am gonna do the next step of exporting it while you're doing that, and here's why.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to go over layer naming today, and you're going to do it in the art program. I am not doing it in the art program because I refuse to change layer names in Procreate because it is a nightmare. So I'm gonna instead import it on my computer to Krita, and that's where I'm gonna be doing that, okay? So I'm
Cool.
just gonna go and export it as a PSD, and then by the time I'm ready, you should be ready. So it'll work.
What if I told you I am ready? But that's
Whoa, you're ready way
I figured
before
it out
me.
really fast. I
did.
remembered.
You did so good. Good job. You
Wow.
get a gold star.
Yes.
Okay, I exported it, and now I'm gonna go open Krita, which also, hey, anyone out here using Procreate for this? This is an important step, which I actually recently found out. Oh my god, I'm so sorry! I did not see that you cheered the bits burning. I'm so sorry, I just saw it. Thank you for the bits burning, I love you. I assume it was for my panic attack. Thank you. So,
Yeah.
this is an important step I recently found out. There has been an issue that I've run into many times where things that are in in Procreate, when exported straight from Procreate into Live2D, they work weird, and I had never known why they worked weird. And it turns out that Live2D just hates Procreate. And so you actually need to go and access you have to go open up your Procreate PSD file in a different art program. Krita works. Thank you for the bits burning, and also Steven, and also thank you for anonymous gifter for giving the anonymous gift sub. So if you just sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, if you just import it into a different art program on your computer and just resave it, Live2D will now process it magically. It'll process it properly. Now, there isn't like an inherent issue when you import it to Live2D, but for like whatever reason, it makes auto meshing and some other features not work properly for like no apparent reason. It does that. So you're gonna want to import it. I have been struggling. I have been hand meshing basically everything for so long. Did not know why my auto meshing almost never looked how other people's auto meshing looked. I thought it had to do with like maybe file size, because sometimes I had seen, I imported somebody else's file to rig it and it worked fine. And I was like, probably it's the file size, because those were like full body models. No, it is It is Procreate. That's all. Alright, now, y'all are gonna get a little bit of streamception temporarily. Apologies, because... I don't know where I have to put things. Unfortunately, I forgot to get this part set up. I have to stream my full screen for Live2D to work properly. Is this the proper, like, height? I think this is the proper height, and then we just gotta drag this up and expand. Okay, there we go. Fantastic. Gonna close out this. Oh my gosh, a hype trade again. Yeah, Burning, you remember because it was like last week. It just happened. Get incepted, thank you. Also, oh, it was the Steven's bits. Thank you for the bits, Steven. Appreciate. Okay, now we've got this. We've got this. Okay, here we're now gonna do our layer naming. Okay, you thought it was? Yeah. I really thought it was like last week or something. I really don't think it was that long ago. Okay, so we're gonna go in and we're gonna do layer naming conventions for Live2D. How you name your layers impacts whether or not the layer name works in Live2D. And you may say, Void, that's a lie because I've imported naming it whatever, and when I import it to Live2D, it keeps the name. Yes, but Live2D has two types of layer names, the layer name and the layer ID. The layer ID is important for many reasons, and the layer ID has strict rules on what will and will not work for that. And if your layer name does not fit the layer ID rules, instead of having a matching layer name and layer ID, you will have layer name and then ArtMesh52, which is not helpful. We want our layer ID names to work. And on top of that, aside from like the requirements of Live2D itself, there are general layer naming conventions for Live2D. Okay? So we're also going to keep those in mind. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start on the bottom layer and we're going to work our way up. Okay? So the bottom layer should be the back of the collar. Yes? So we're going to call this collar back. Okay? Now, as I have typed this, there are no spaces. Do not use spaces. Do not use dashes. What you can use is either how I do it, which is no spaces, uppercase the first letter of each word, or you can use underscore, collar underscore back. Personally, I do...
I said okay.
Okay. I don't like camel case. Is that actually what it's called? If so, I hate it. I don't like using the underscores because the names start getting long with the underscores, and when you create deformers, they take on the name of the thing the deformer is going around. So you'll have collar back warp or collar back rotation, and as the names get longer and longer, right, those names will get longer as they add the warps to them. And how warps are shown in Live2D is like a cascading hierarchy like you have with a folder system, and so each one is moved slightly to the right. So the longer your names start out, the wider you have to keep your entire layer and warp list in order to be able to read what they actually are. So I prefer keeping things as short as possible, which for me means I don't use underscores. So yeah, we got collar back. Then the next one up should be the backfill. Okay, now you can call this backfill, you can call this line art, it doesn't matter, but I would call this like body line. because I just feel like, one, that takes the least space, and two, it just feels the most intuitive because most people are used to calling things line art. So I call this body line, and I specify that it's for the body, okay? So we know what it is. Okay, then I would call the next one, should be body base or body color, or whatever you want to indicate that this is the base color of the body, okay?
Okay.
Then on top of that, the next thing we should have is the large shadow. Okay, so we say body shadow 1. Okay, and then we can just name each of these as like 2, 3, 4, etc. Body shadow 2. Wow! Hype train complete at level 2. Thank you. That's 2 hype trains in one day. Y'all are too nice to me. Thank you. I appreciate y'all so much. Body shadow 3, and then I've got body shadow 4. W hype train. Yeah, the first one was before I started streaming today because y'all are unhinged. Body shadow. I'm sorry, what did you say? Get what now, Steven? What did get what, Steven? What was that, Steven? What'd you try? Yes. Then we're gonna do the highlights. Jay, are you double checking that these are actually the layers?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so then we're gonna do the same thing.
I also pre-named my layers as I was making them, so they are relevant.
Awesome. Okay, so then we can do body light. I don't do highlight because it's longer, but you can do that. Body light 2. And then here I've got body light 3. Can you watch? Oh my god, we hit you with the train, we trade you. I mean, I was thinking of a different... Anyway. Okay, then we have collar. Okay. Burning's gonna have to edit out this conversation. Okay, you know what? Here, I'm gonna just restate some of these so that, because Burning actually has to edit this for the video. Okay, we've got body light 1, we've got body light 2, we've got body light 3, and then we're gonna name this one the collar. Here we'll have the gem, we can just call it gem. Here we've got, we can just call this, what, chain? We'll call it the chain. Because that's basically what it is a chain, the little circle. Okay, then we've got inner mouth. Okay, we've got mouth line. You could also call it lip if you want. I call it mouth line because I feel that lip makes it difficult to distinguish between the line and the actual quote-unquote skin. And then I do mouth flap because, again, I feel that line and flap are very, very clear versus, like, lip and skin are not. You know, nobody's gonna think the mouth line is the mouth flap and vice versa. I just prefer to be clear. It'd be funny if Burning just left that. No. This is professional, big professional streamer. TM. Jay, I forgot one layer we have to do.
Did we not make eyebrows?
With the fake eyebrows. Do you want real eyebrows?
I don't care. I just assumed that that's what you were gonna say.
No. Okay, so, no. You know what we're gonna do? Is we're gonna be Scuff. We're gonna be Scuff and also actually, we'll say Big Brain. Okay, Big Brain. Not Scuff, Big Brain. Because we're actually gonna take this mouth flap layer and we're gonna use this for other stuff. I often do this. Okay, so... But how can you commission me for what? What is that? What? I'm now confused.
Confusion.
I'm becoming too professional. Oh my gosh. Okay. So now we've got the eye lines. Okay, so if you have these separated out into left and right at this point, and this is vital. Okay? it is model right and model left, not your right and your left, so it's flipped, okay? So this right here, this side, is the model right. Okay, so all these layers will be named R. Okay? And this is the model left, so these names would be L. Okay? Very important.
Like theater all over again.
Yes, it is. It's theater all over again. Because, yeah, there's... Yes, yes, thank you. Yes, exactly. Okay, so we're gonna call this I line. Okay? And then this is gonna be the I white. Okay? This is gonna be the pupil. Okay, this is gonna be the eye shine. Okay, then over here I have headbands, which you don't have, and then I have cat ears, which you also don't have, and then for here I would say bow, and then I would call this one knot or bow knot or whatever.
Okay.
Stage right and stage left, I was about to say that. Yeah, exactly. And then we've got the leash layer. Okay?
Yes.
And then I'm going to go here. I'm going to do file, save as, and we'll say pet rock. Yeah, PSD. There we go. Okay, so now we did that. And now that we have it saved, again, I do apologize because I forgot y'all are about to have some streamception. Actually, let me just turn that off while I fix this. I forgot that I needed to have the full, like everything open. I did not open Live2D, and I should have had Live2D open, so I apologize. That's my B. That's on me. Do. The thunder is so loud. I really don't like it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You should be,
Lightning's
clearly.
one of my really, really, really big things that I hate, so I empathize. I don't do thunderstorms.
Yeah. Okay, now we're gonna open up Live2D.
Before I open Live2D, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have your permission to post a screenshot so that I can show the world that I learned how to name layers? I just don't want to post anything.
Yeah, go for it.
I want to wait till things are further or whatever.
Yeah, no, absolutely go for it, and thank you for asking. Yes, exactly, Steven, yes. You don't like thunder because it scares your dog, that's fair. I am a scared rescue animal is something that we've come to understand. I'm just a scared rescue animal. Okay.
And then I gotta open Live2D.
Yeah.
Do I close my GIMP?
Yes, as long as it's all very, very, very saved.
I'm gonna save it again. I'm gonna save it one more time.
Is my stream gone?
No.
Okay, our whole house electricity just flickered.
Oh boy.
Yeah, no stream?
What? I'm
Steven,
fine.
how is there no stream if you heard me to answer that? Nothing here? Wait, how are you answering if you...
I
Wizard
definitely
magic.
do.
Okay. Oh my gosh, my kid just goes, yay, wizard magic. It's not, he's just being silly. He doesn't really have wizard magic. He's just teasing me.
Okay, I have Live2D open.
Roller coaster, TM, yes. Okay, so now we have Live2D open. Now what you're gonna do is you're gonna go grab your PSD from wherever your file folder is, and you're just gonna drag it into Live2D. Wait, oh, wait. I bet you it says Live2D has night mode. Yes, we're gonna go over this because we went over this last time and we're gonna go over it this time. Okay, because I was like, everybody's gonna say that. Nobody knows this. The amount of people that I see, the amount of people who do this for a job, who to this day I still see using light mode when this was like many updates ago. Not major updates. It was the last major update, which was 5.0. But we are 5.0.06 at this point, so we've had like 6 minor updates since that. And we're not even in the alpha of 5.1, we're in the beta of 5.1, and still I see people, and it drives me up a wall. Okay, so we are going to go.
Another question.
Yes.
Is my import, it's asking me what resolution I want to do it. Do I want to preview it at a smaller one? It recommends the 1/4 preview. That's why
it does recommend the 1/4 preview, and you're going to tell it to get wrecked. And you're going to give the full one because we need to hand mesh the mouth, and doing that on a low res scale is a nightmare. So.
Okie dokie.
And we can change that later. Okay, so you're going to go into, I believe it's File and then Environment Settings. And then right here is the color theme, and you're gonna switch it from light to dark, and you're gonna hit OK, but then you do have to restart Live2D for it to work. But yeah, that's all you gotta do. No. But yeah. People use light mode on Discord. Yeah, no, we don't like light mode here. Okay. Now we've got this. We've got our fancy project here, right?
Yeah.
So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go down to the background layer and we're gonna get rid of that. Heck that layer. We don't like that. We don't need that.
Like visible wise or delete wise?
Delete. Just backspace. Click on it and hit backspace. Good job.
Okay.
We'd heck that layer. Oh my god, I'm a lifesaver. Yeah, no problem, Cavo. I know, literally, like I said, I literally know people who do that. This is their full-time job, is rigging models, and they did not know that. Which
I brought in the wrong file. Fuck.
Huh?
I brought in the wrong file.
Okay, go get the right file. It's okay.
Yeah. How do I close this one?
If you look at the top, you have. Okay, if I'm gonna explain because. And also, Jay, in the future, can you slow down? Like, if you figure out, that's fine, but these questions are important, so because the point of you not knowing how to do stuff is that I can explain it so other people learn how to do stuff.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. No problem, I know. So up here, we have this little tab, and this is the Pet Rock PSC. And so if you want to close it out without saving, you can just hit this, be like, I have wrong file, just close, just click this little X. And it will let you bring in, like if you watch, I can just, here, we'll do this one. I can just bring in it again. Okay, and now this time it'll say, do we want to create a new model file or do we want to import it on the Pet Rock? We can just hit create new model file. And now I have 2 of the Pet Rock up here. And obviously it doesn't have to be the same one, but you can have multiple files in there. Just be careful because Live2D is going to be chunky for your computer. So you don't want to, to hurt it more than necessary by opening a bunch of files.
I know what I did. I saved the file. I did not re-export the PSD.
There you go.
That's why.
Makes sense.
So, thankfully, like I said, I saved it. Pet Rock, that XCF it's called. Very cool. Yeah. That looks much more correctorino, and I will do the export, that one, export.
Right? Jay does have a really cool wallpaper.
I think, I don't remember where I got it. I have it saved somewhere. I don't know why it's not. Oh, it's trying to do a PNG, that's why. Now I close, and then I go to here, and I go back to that document folder, and that must be. Woohoo, I did it. That one looks much more correct to me. There's a lot less layers on this one.
Good job. Fantastic. Okay, now go delete your background because we don't need that.
Goodbye.
Go away. Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Now we are going to start rigging. And the first thing that we're going to do that's just going to make our lives 1,000 times easier to see. Okay, first we're going to just turn off the leash layer because we don't need that yet. Okay, and then we are going to go click on the layer that's labeled body color.
Yes.
Okay, now we're going to do Control C. I usually hit, like I hold down Control and I hit C 2 or 3 times because for whatever godforsaken reason, Live2D does not always process it. So I just do a quick tap, tap, tap. Cause it's better than having to like accidentally have an issue. Okay. Now we are going to select all the body shadow and all the body light layers. Okay. And then in this little inspector area, you see where it says inspector?
Yep.
Okay, in there, we are going to go down to the thing that says clipping ID. And we're going to go in that text box, we're going to click it, and we're going to Control V, and it should say now body color, right?
Yeah.
And then you hit enter.
Yay!
Whoa! Look at that, right?
Oh my god, he's so cute. I love him.
Fantastic, good job. And then we're gonna go to the body line or the backfill or whatever you called it layer. And then we're gonna Control C on that. And then we're gonna go to the collar. And we're gonna Control V in the clipping ID there.
And I can see my little collar back.
Yeah. Look at that. And then personally, I am turning off my headband layer just so that you and I have similar things up right now. And because that was a lot visually to have both of them overlapping. Okay, so what we're going to do first is you are going to learn how to do hand meshing. Okay, because we're going to start with the mouth. Okay. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the mouth line. You're going to click on that layer in your parts list. Okay. And then we're going to click up here at the top. You're going to have 3 little pictures, and next to it is a little triangle with like a pen next to it. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to click on that.
Wait, hold on.
I don't think you saw what I was talking about.
Yeah, I saw the glue because I saw 3 little pictures and I realized that's 4 little pictures.
Okay, nope, so you did not understand what I was saying. Okay, that's fine. Like literally, it's a little icon that's 3 pictures and it's right over your tab of your art. Like if you go directly over, yeah, and then up, and there's like a little icon that's 3 little pictures, that's your texture atlas. And then next to it is a little triangle with a pen, and that one says a manual mesh edit when you hover over it. So we're gonna click that. Good job. Okay, now that we're in here, okay, we're gonna zoom in to the mouth, all the way to the mouth. Zoom, 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 zoom. Beautiful. Okay, now in our tool details list over here, you see this? Okay, we're gonna go select the eraser. Oh. Jay, I think that you are going to run into the same issue that I run into with Procreate because you don't have the dots surrounding this. Instead, they are surrounding the full layer. So I bet you just about anything, the meshing's going to look how it looks. The auto meshing anyway. It's not a big deal for this model, but apparently we learned today, hey guys, if you use GIMP, Krita has a free version. Unfortunately, the reason why I did not recommend Jay use Krita for this is because the free version has a 1 hour per day limit. But if you're using GIMP to do things in, Krita has the 1 hour free version. If you export your GIMP as a PSD, import it to Krita and just resave, it should read in Live2D normally. Please don't ask me why it's like this. I don't know. These programs are all garbage. They are garbage programs for garbage people, I say as if I have not devoted my entire life to it. Anyway, okay, so you're not going to be able to just hit the little erase like I can here. Now what you can do is you can zoom all the way out and you could go to each corner of your whole canvas, but instead you're just gonna Control A, and then you're just gonna hit the backspace.
Oh gosh, I accidentally zoomed too much. How do I fix my zoom?
It zooms towards where the mouse is. Okay, and then it zooms. Oh wait, Jay, stop, slow down, stop. Put your mouse on the other side of the canvas. Zoom out, and then you can recenter it by yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
It zooms towards and away from the mouse. Okay, so you did Control A and then backspace.
I need to go back to the menu that I was in, and then I will do.
Okay.
Oop, I didn't want to do that.
Yes, you did. You're in the manual mesh editing.
Oh, yes, that is what I wanted.
Control A.
The first time I did it.
Okay, Control A and then backspace.
Okay.
Okay, now we're gonna zoom in. Okay, all the way on the mouth. And then we're gonna go over in this tool details list. There's this one all the way to the right, and that's the one we want, the last one, okay? This is stroke mesh mapping beta. It has been a beta since before I started using Live2D. I don't know why it's still called beta. So we're gonna click on that, and then if you look down a little bit, in the tool details, you'll see a little checkbox next to something that says mirror edit, and we want to check that box. That's gonna give us a straight line, a symmetry line down the exact center of the canvas, okay?
Oh, goody.
Yes. And now, considering the thickness of your line and the size of your model, nah, we're not going to do the complicated one. We're going to do the easier one. It'll be fine. It's not the end of the world. If it looks bad, we can fix it. If you scroll down more, you're going to see mesh mapping settings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so one of them is a drop-down thing. It should say 2, and you want to click the drop-down and click 3. Okay,
Nice.
and then what you're going to do is you're going to click, like, center, top to bottom, like vertical center, all the way to the right on your mouth, like this, and then vertical center directly on the green line, so that you have that. There you go, beautiful. Okay, and now we can go ahead and adjust our mesh settings. You want it to look like a perfect triangle. One where, like, you want all 90-degree angles, okay? And so mesh width is going to be, in this case, how tall top to bottom it is. And then repeat density is how many triangles are within the amount that you did. So both of us are going to want to turn the repeat density down until you get a perfect triangle. Yeah, good job.
Okay.
And then you're going to click, you see this button that says confirm stroke being edited? Right here.
Oh, yes.
Okay, click that. And then you're going to scroll back up, and we're going to switch to this thing that has the little minus on it. If you scroll back up in your tool details. Yeah,
yep.
Little minus. And then we're going to zoom in, and this is aggravating as heck, because Live2D, the symmetry tool, does not work on deleting points.
Okay.
For whatever reason. So what we're going to do is we have to delete this bottom point 2 times. We have to delete both bottom points. Okay. Both points on the right and left, and then both points up top, so that you end up with this gap.
Okay.
Left and right as well.
Oh.
Nope,
This?
not that. No. Jay, are you also watching what I'm doing? Here, I'll show you again, but you're going to want to, like, watch what I'm doing, because a lot of this is going to be hard to visualize with just, like, me explaining. Left and right here, these ones.
Oh, on the middle line part. Okay.
Yeah. Because we're just getting rid of everything that's overlapping. You just created 2 points. You got to delete those.
No, those were also there. Those were also generated when I did the line.
Yeah, so you want to get rid of those. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
you want, okay, good. And then we're going to switch to the plus, and we're just going to remake these because we don't want duplicates of them. We want this perfectly connected. So we're going to click on the right hand point at the bottom, and then click on, did you get rid of your symmetry tool?
No. My green line's still there.
Oh, I can't see it.
It's still there. I pinky promise. It could just be the casting.
Okay.
Like from Discord.
Okay. So you're going to click on the right hand bottom point, and then you're going to click directly on the green line.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. And then we have the bottom there, right?
Yes.
Okay, now we're going to go up and halfway up and halfway between the line you clicked and the line we just made. So like this. We're trying to remake the center ones on the side, yeah. And then you're going to connect that back to the original point. Yeah, and then we're going to go up here and connect that here.
Do I have to right click or anything before I
Nope.
go to click this point?
Nope, left click. And then click on that one. Good job. And then up to this one. And then to the center green line again. And then you're just going to want to do where those blue lines are. Just follow those. Has the weather gotten any better? It actually has.
Question. For the last one, do I go to the green line or do I go all the way to the other
You go
point?
across. Yeah. Good job. Fantastic. Now we have this. And then we just hit this blue check mark. And now that is our mouth line. Okay?
I did it!
You did! Okay. Now we're going to do Control C. We're going to do that little tap tap. Okay? And we're going to go to our mouth flap. Our whatever you want to call that, whatever you have called that line. We're going to go to that. We're going to turn on that layer. Okay, we're going to go manual mesh editing. We are going to once again Control A and delete. Now you have to click off of if you had this, which we weren't on, but the auto meshing beta, if you're clicked on that, you can't do the Control A and delete. It won't let you. So just letting everyone know, if you're clicked onto that, it won't work. So yeah, as long as you're clicked off of that, Control A and delete, or use your eraser tool, whichever you prefer. Okay. And now we are going to do Control V. Wow, yeah, it's what we just made, right? It's that line we just made. And then now we see this red box here. We're going to want to make sure we're clicked onto our little mouse tool, little cursor, and we're going to click off of that. And that's going to say, okay, now it's set and none of it's selected. Fantastic. Then we're going to go to our little plus tool that we were using to add points. Okay, and we're going to make sure our mirror edit is still on.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. And we're going to click all the way to the side here, this one. No, this one. We're going to click this bottom right one. This one, Jay?
Oh.
Bottom right? Yeah. Okay, and then we're going to click all the way over here. Just all the way off to the side. You want it way past, not like way past, but like past where the like edge of that is. And then we're just gonna like make very wide gap around the mouth. This is gonna look horrifying when we rig it. I apologize in advance. What it ends up looking like is when you do like dissecting things and you have to like pin the skin back. That's essentially what we're doing with this. So I apologize, everybody. It's gonna look so messed up when we're rigging it, okay?
I'm so excited.
Yeah, so I usually do like 1, 2, 3, and then 4. This, yeah. And then just on the green line. Fantastic. And then we're gonna just little check, little boop, check. Fantastic. Okay.
Before I do mine,
Mhm.
yours looks like it has a bunch of like blue line suggestions and mine does
Then
not. Is that
if yours
okay?
doesn't, then that means that it's not a closed mesh.
Oh. Oh, it didn't do this one on the other side.
Did you keep this sim? Oh, you know what? If you control Z, like until you go back, sometimes if you can accidentally move points. Nope, control Z one more time. You want
Oh,
to
yeah,
undo.
I think that's
Yeah,
what I probably did.
yeah. So you can accidentally move it, and moving is not part of symmetry. So when you move a point, it does not move the one on the other side, and it prevents anything from touching that from being considered symmetrical. So it just won't register any point that's not symmetrical as connecting. Here you go. Now it's connected.
Easy.
Yeah, easy. And you can press your little check mark. And now we have these two. And here's the important part about why we copy pasted is now they share exact points, okay? So now what we're going to do is we are going to go into our parts list. We are going to click on the mouth line, hold down the control button, and click on mouth flap. Okay, we're going to have both of these selected. We are going to go back into the manual mesh editing tool, if you can believe it. Okay? And then we're going to do Control A. And then we're going to hit, under this section, glue bind. It's not up there. It literally says the word glue bind in your tool details.
Yes.
Yeah, you see it? Click the bind button. Good. And then you hit the blue check mark.
Yay! I was really hoping I would get to glue
Yes.
something.
Yeah, it's the easiest way to do mouse. Okay, it just is. It just is.
It makes me so happy.
Okay, now, and this is important. So what glue does is it binds two layers together so that they move together, and you can change how much they move together. Okay, so right here, if you click on the mouth flap, my mouth flap, if I click just on that one, it is yellow, okay?
Uh-huh.
And then if you click on the mouth line, it is red. So these are the
Yeah.
two colors that basically indicate which layer is which. So then when you click on the glue is going to showcase what color is dominant. Now our mouth line is red. We want it to be 100% red because we want the mouth flap to never move on its own. We want it to move perfectly with the mouth line. So that means we want it 100% red because we want the red to be in control. So when we go on the glue, we click on the glue layer and we go up to all these tools up here and we go all the way to the second to last one. That is going to be our glue weight. And click on that. Okay, we make sure our weight is set to 100% for what we want today. Is it yelling?
Before I go on, it gave me a pop-up talking about glue. I'm sure
Just
that this
hit
is
OK.
probably like a, yeah.
That's fine. Okay, make sure the weight for your glue is at 100. Your brush size, I don't know, doesn't really matter, just whatever size you're gonna hit all of it with. And then you're just gonna hold down the button and go over it until the color doesn't change anymore. You're just gonna hold down the left click and scribble, 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 make sure the whole thing. Yeah, perfect. Now, importantly, if you hold down shift while you do this, it'll go the opposite direction. Okay, so green, confusingly, means that it is perfectly bound to the yellow layer. Red obviously means it's perfectly bound to the red layer. And then if we turn down the weight to something really, really little and we turn down the brush size, if you look at this, it's all red right now. I'm holding down shift and I can slightly change the color. So this is changing to slightly yellow, 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 yellow. Yellow is 50% each. Okay, and you can slowly change it more and more and more and more that way. We're not doing that for this one, but just so y'all know, that is, you can change it doesn't have to be 100% bound to one or the other. You can change each individual point, can change how much it's glued to one or the other. But for this, yeah, we're just gonna make sure everything is 100% red. Ah, good?
Yeah.
Okay, and then all we gotta do is we go back to the mouth flap layer.
Okay.
Okay, we go into the inspector tab, which you should, yep. And then we go to the opacity and turn it down to 0. Okay, now you say it will void. We can't see it. What was the point of all of that? I'm about to show you. We are going to Control C on the mouth flap. Control C. And then we are going to go over to the inner mouth, okay? And when we click on the inner mouth, we're going to go into the inspector tab, go to our clipping ID, and Control V. And you say, well, that's not what we want. That looks stupid. That is, now it is clipped to the lip flap. You got to hit Enter, Jay. You say, that looks stupid. So we're going to click this invert mask button. And now it only shows when it is below the lip line.
Oh my god. He's so cute.
Yeah. So we're almost done with the setup for the mouth. And then honestly, the next steps for the mouth are super, super easy. Like actually rigging it, the setup for the mouth, I feel like is probably the most complicated part of the mouth. Okay. Now, what I am going to show you guys how to do, because with this simplified mouth, I would say you absolutely can do this and there will be no issues, is automatic meshing. I'm going to show you guys what it is, and Jay, you're going to copy these settings. And if it doesn't look good on yours, because, again, it seemed like the file did what it does when it comes in from Procreate, we'll hand mesh it, okay? So we're going to go automatic mesh generator, and this little pop-up will come up. And I have presets, okay? I'm going to use my eyelash preset, okay? Which is these exact numbers. You just want to copy these numbers. I'm going to read them to you top to bottom, okay?
Okay.
17. 17. 8. 0.
8, 0.
5.
5.
10. 0.
Hold on, I'm having a hard time getting into the second to last one.
You can expand the box, yeah.
Okay, there we go. 10, and then you said 0?
0, yeah. And all those numbers kept?
17, 17, 8, 0, 5, 10, 0, yeah.
Okay, perfect. And you were selected on the inner mouth for this?
Yep. And then I hit...
Oh, I can't see. That's the issue, is like it's showing up because of the sharing. You don't... I think you can add that as a preset, yeah?
That's what I want to say. I want to add it just in case for the future. Cool.
Okay. Void should write a book called Teaching 101. Ah, thank you. I appreciate you.
It definitely added a mesh. It's just bad.
Okay, so let's close this pop-up. And Jay, I want you to zoom in on your mouth, because this is what's going to showcase why I said for Procreate you have to open up in a different program before importing to Live2D, and it seems like GIMP is the same issue. So I don't know how well y'all can see, but my mesh is like a perfectly generated like dense mesh, and Jay's has almost no points, is kind of like chaotic and all over the place. Do you see that? And it's because Live2D is reading the layer weird. And that was something that I recently found out, because I didn't know why Live2D was doing that to me for my auto mesh generating, and that's actually why I got so good at hand meshing, was because I didn't know that I needed to just open it up in a different program. But yeah, if yours looks like Jay's, odds are you're using a program that just is not being, the layers aren't being registered properly in Live2D. Go open it in Krita. Krita has a free version. It takes 2 seconds to open it in Krita and resave it, and Krita's free version allows you a full hour every day. So like it's so easy, and I know Krita works and you don't have to pay for it. So like if you're having an issue, just do that. Okay, so what we're gonna do, because poor Jay is broken, is we are gonna have to hand mesh this, which means we're gonna have to take out the clipping ID, we're just going to delete the clipping ID because it also won't show up on the what it's reverse clipped to in the manual meshing. So now that we did that, we're going to go click manual mesh edit.
How do I delete the mesh, the auto mesh?
We're going to do that in the manual mesh edit.
Okay, cool.
The same way we did before, which is Control A, delete.
Cool.
I am gonna need a moment, but I'm gonna show you what to do first. And I want you to see if you can figure out the full thing with based on what we did before. Well, I go help kiddo, but basically we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna take this like the beta auto mesh mapping, and we're gonna we want it to cover the lines, okay?
Yeah.
The lines of the mouth. So you're gonna want to get the full mouth, and you're gonna want to make sure it's wide enough. Okay, and so I want you to see if you can sort out how to do that, and then connect at the center while I go help kiddo, and then when I come back, I will show you some nuances of doing different types of shapes, okay?
Okay. I have this fancy line tool, and I go like this, then I go like this, and like to here, and to here, 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 oh, yeah, that's fine, and then that's fine there, and then I don't know if Void wants me to do the thing where I fix the middle. I feel like Void did want that. I should do that. Oh.
I'm back. It was less of an issue than anticipated.
Never mind. Cool.
What's up?
Nothing. I was just doing the line, and then I was trying to figure out if you were I was gonna do the deleting of the points that overlap.
Yeah, I did say those words before I left.
I just didn't get that far.
Got
you
you.
got so quick.
Okay. So now that we've got like the full mouth shape, then you're gonna do the confirm stroke, and then you go in and you delete the overlapping points. Personally, I try and always make sure I do all the deletes at once, because or else I forget that I need to do it symmetrically. So we're gonna do the bottom, then we're gonna go to the top, delete the top ones.
Wait, if the top ones look nice, why do we delete the top ones?
Because they're not connected.
Oh, okay.
No, not that, Jay. Top of the mouth.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I wanted that one removed for my
Yeah, no, I was saying top of the mouth. You have to delete the top of the mouth. Confirm stroke, but the cat will scratch me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, top of the mouth. Delete those. Okay, and the side one too. The sides. Yeah, there you go. Okay, and then we're gonna go to our corners, because oh my gosh, what's this?
Oh boy.
Yeah, it doesn't do corners well, so we're gonna boop, delete this line up here where it tried to go around the corner and failed. Okay, and then we're gonna, this point is probably fine. We'll just have to move it, so we'll leave that for right now, and then we're gonna go to the other side and delete that line as well. You want the mouse to go the other side when you're zooming out. Yeah, there you go. And then delete that same top line that you did there, and then just go check that everything else looks good, which it does. Okay, and now we're gonna go back to the bottom, and we're gonna start fixing the lines, okay?
I have a spot that definitely does not look good to me.
Yes, we're gonna move those points.
Okay. Opposite side.
Okay, so we're going to the bottom, and we're just gonna continue, try and fix it so that we have the same triangles continuing. Same as we did for the mouth line. You don't scratch unless, oh my gosh. Okay.
And then I gotta add the points.
Yeah.
So I should do. Should I
So
start from the bottom?
yeah, that's how I usually do it. Now here's one thing, you didn't overlap yours completely, so you are gonna have to make extra points from what I did. So you're actually gonna have to make one halfway to the green line and then one on the green line on the bottom.
Okay. Yes, that's what I thought. I just.
Yeah. Now typically what I would do is make sure they're overlapped enough that you don't have to do that.
Okay.
But yeah, so now that you did that, now click to the one on to the right of the green line. No, click. Yeah, you have to make sure you're starting on that point and then click up. Yep. And then continue to the top and connect it the same as you did on the bottom. Good job, and then connect to the center. This is really hard to beat. Yeah, there you go. And then turn that all into your triangles. So from that, no, if you need to click off of that before you click on something new. So if you can either, and here I'll show you, this part's really, really weird. You looking at mine?
Yep.
Okay, so if I wanted to get, here, I'll undo some stuff. Okay, let's say I'm clicked on this bottom middle one, but I want to be clicked on this top right one. It's gonna connect them if I do that. So I have two options on how to get to this one without connecting them. I can either click through, so I can click, oh, this one's connected here, which is connected here, which is connected here, and now I'm on this one and connect it to something without it connecting to that one, right? Or you can go up over here to the mouse tool, click on it, click off so there is no point selected, and then click back on the point creation.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so now you go from the top right, and you can make a point down in the center on the green line. Oh no, that's right. Yeah, you have to do extra. You're so right. Thank you. I cannot see your screen very well.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
And then you make that that final diamond. Perfect. Look at you. Crushing it. And don't forget the line has to go through the center as well.
Yeah, I was practicing the clicking back to the point so I could click through.
I can't see very well what you're doing, so it's very difficult.
That is okay. I did it.
You did so good. Okay, and now we're gonna go do the same thing at the top.
Ooh, it should be a little bit above the line. Then I also have to make sure that the bottom is connected. Okay, I think I did it.
Yeah, you did so good. Now we want to go click on our little mouse tool and then go to the right hand side of this because we want to make sure we don't have to click through 5,000 points. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a corner. So if you watch what I'm doing, I'm about to show you how to make a corner. Okay, so we're gonna click on this top one right here. We're gonna click up here, click down here, and then connect it here. You want me to show you again?
Nope, I think I understand. So I gotta start. I should do my mouse tool, make sure I'm on the right point. And I click here, and you went up, and then
down to what was already there. Yeah, we can move these around if we need to afterwards to reposition. But yeah, just make that and then connect where the blue line is. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then next thing we're gonna do is, now that we've got all of our points placed, we are gonna have to go switch to this tool and we're gonna relocate them, but we're gonna have to do it twice, left and right. So all we're gonna do is we're just gonna like nudge these around and make sure that they're positioned properly. This one on the inner corner, I am simply moving down a little bit. I'm giving this corner, almost like a little flat edge to the inner corner. But you're just gonna move them around, and again, the goal is to just get as close to like a perfect, like all 90-degree angle triangle as possible. One thing, I'm looking at your stream, Jay, and you've got a point that's inside your line. No,
Yes.
not that one, the top one. It's you need it outside, because anything that is not encased in these points will actually just be like gone. You won't be able to see it on the model.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to drag that up.
Okay, and I have to do that on both sides.
Yes, because unfortunately it won't work with the symmetry tool, but I would just fix one whole side and then go fix the other. Personally.
I also have a question. Over here at this corner, to me it feels like I need another point in between.
Yeah, you can make another point if you need another point to get around. Just add a point on the center and then you're gonna want to drag it out a little bit and then connect it to that line there.
Okay, cool. Because it looked like I didn't quite have the same way it rounded that yours did.
Yeah, well, ours are not the exact same file, so how they're gonna work out is gonna be a little bit different.
And then I can...
Yeah, drag that out, and then in this inner corner where I just moved this around to give it like a little bit of a proper spacing, if you need to delete something there, delete something there. You know, they are gonna work out slightly different.
Yeah, I think I can...
It looks like you have an overlap. Did you make two separate lines?
No, this is just how it came in.
Okay.
So I think what I need to do is probably delete this point right here and then connect this one instead.
Yeah, I'm just very confused as to how it showed up like that, because it shouldn't unless you confirmed the stroke in the middle of making the beta mesh mapping.
Nope, I didn't. Nope.
Okay. Yeah. Perfect. And then
I gotta connect this bottom one.
Yeah, and then you just go over and fix the other side as well. And just nudge things around how you need to.
I have a question about this. Like this line is on the inside of the outline. Shouldn't this be on the outside?
It should, but if you want to fix that, like at this point, I would say start over. Because that was like part of the initial, like, make sure that your mesh is encasing the line. So unfortunately, I wish I had been able to spot that, but just I can't see.
Yeah, I don't think it's the end of the world for this.
It's not. It's not. It is going to impact how things deform, but I don't think it should impact things too bad. You can go in and manually select each point and just nudge them inside so that it's lined up properly. If you want to do that, it'll just take a second. You can, if you go over here, we have a lasso tool, and that's probably your best bet. If I want to do like a quick and dirty fix, I'll just go grab the lasso tool, and then you can select all the points that are like slightly over the line, and then just hold down shift. Hold down shift and then hover over the center of it, and you'll get this little icon that has 4 arrows. And then you hold down shift and just drag it to the left, and it'll make sure it drags in a straight line.
Oh, okay. That worked out really nicely. That was simple.
Yeah, and then you have to do on the other side too. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is what I use for quick and dirty fixes. Technically, that's not gonna, you know, be quite as clean as if you had it properly the first time. Yeah.
Experience.
I love quick and dirty fixes. Yeah.
Perfect. I think that looks great.
Wow. Okay, beautiful. And then for this mouth, that's almost all we need to do. Now, the only issue here, and we don't want this, is these blue lines here in the center are showing basically the connection and how it's going to pull. So what this means is if you look at this line, this dot right here, it has all these blue lines connecting to the bottom. So that means anytime I move this point right here, it's gonna move all these guys down here. And we do not want the bottom of the mouth to deform every time the top of the mouth deforms. That is not how mouths work, right? Okay, so if you wanna be really scuff, like really scuff, what you could do is Control A, Control C, Control V. And then you should have a red box show up when you did Control A, Control C, Control V.
I don't have these blue lines like you do.
That means your mesh isn't closed. Like I said, it looked like there was an issue with the corners, like you had confirmed the stroke at one point when you were
definitely had not. I'm so
so you can go through and look at each part to try and see where it's broken.
I found it.
Okay.
There's just an extra line.
Okay, you got it?
Now.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Now we're gonna do Control A, Control C, Control V. And now you should have a red box. Okay, and then you're gonna hold down Shift Alt. And you're gonna grab a corner of this box and drag it to the center. Shift Alt is going to ensure that it is perfectly scaled. It is not transformed in any other way than scaling. Okay, and we're just gonna put this towards the center. And now it looks really horrifying, and we're just gonna click off, and we're gonna click on literally any point, and it'll update how all the blue lines are formatted. Yeah, update your blue lines?
I think so. They're definitely
Yeah.
not as classy. It's like there's two different types of them or sections of them.
Yeah, because now what this means is that this like copy pasted one that we put in the center is stopping the deformation from like left to right or top to bottom, and it'll just like stop the deformation towards the center. Like when we go move this point, now it will not pull on this point at the bottom. Instead, it pulls on this point. Also, thank you for the stretchies sync and for the stimp sip, Steven.
Oh, I guess I'll stretch.
Okay. Now, technically, the issue with this is it gives you so many points that you do not need, which is computer heavy. What you can do, if you care enough to, is just go delete everything so that you just have... Actually, you can use the lasso tool to do this. You can just delete everything except for the outer one. That will make it easier on your computer. Every point that you place is a heavier load on your computer. You don't have to do this. This is a simple model, so it shouldn't be PC heavy to begin with. But that is an important thing to know, is that every additional mesh point is going to be chunky on your computer, so you want to learn how to limit meshes where you can. Okay?
I really like this lasso tool.
Yeah, and then
like
when you have them...
the way that it spins around itself.
Yeah, and then you just hit the delete button, backspace. Perfect. Okay, and then we hit the check mark. Okay, now we got that, and then we're gonna we're gonna reverse clip it to the mouth flap again, okay?
Okay.
Now that we've finished.
That I took the mouth flap, I copied the name, and I went back to here.
Into the clipping ID and put it there. Yeah, perfect. Okay, this is actually, that's all the setup that we need for the mouth. The mouth is, at least for this model, gonna be like the most complicated setup that we have. So now we get to do the really, really fun part, okay? So we're gonna take the inner mouth and the mouth line, and we're gonna select both of those. Okay. And then we're gonna go up here and we're gonna click on this little warp deformer button. It looks I don't even know how to explain it. It looks like a mesh. Okay.
Yeah.
So you click on that, and that's create warp deformer. You're gonna get this little pop-up box.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're gonna name this mouth warp. Okay. We're gonna put this, sure, in a 9x9. Number of conversion divisions, we'll do 9x9. Okay. Conversion divisions is almost like we just made mesh points for the mouth, and those points that we created directly impact the layer art. And this is like a second set of points that will, instead of directly impacting the art, they impact the mesh. So the more conversion divisions you have, the more like fine-tuned you can do the warping of the mesh that we just made. Just like the more points on a mesh, the more you can fine-tune the control of the art. But we just need a 9x9 here. And then we're gonna click create. Boop. Look at that, it's in a little mouth thing. Okay, now all we gotta do next, and this is gonna be so easy, is we're gonna select both of these, okay? And then we're gonna go in our parameter list, and we are gonna find the ones that say mouth form and mouth open. Okay?
Okay.
You found those?
Yeah, I see them.
Okay. On mouth form, we're gonna click on mouth form, and then up here we got 3 little dots. We're gonna click on that. Okay? And then on mouth open, we're gonna click on that. We're gonna click the 2 little dots. Okay?
Okay.
Now we're gonna click back on the mouth form, and this is where we're gonna make our mouth shapes. Are you excited?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna click on the mouth form parameter. We're gonna right click on the left-hand keyform. Okay?
Right click on the left-hand keyform.
Yep, and then we're gonna make sure in our parts list that we are just selected on the mouth line and not both, because now we have them both keyed and we only want to warp the mouth line right now.
Okay.
Okay. Now that we're selected on that, we are gonna make a deform path. Okay, so up here on our toolbar up here, we're gonna click on, it's a little line with like a bullseye on it. You see that? Okay, deform path edit, we're gonna click that. And then we are gonna make 1, 2, so that we have a straight line. Okay, so we click 1 on the left-hand side, just past this dot, and then 1 on the right-hand side, just past that dot. Okay, and then we're gonna do 1 point directly in the center. Okay, and once you place the center one, you're gonna do, and this is very important because Live2D is stupid. Okay, you're gonna move it up and down. You're gonna click and drag it up and down after you've made it. And if it does not move the whole line with it, then you've hecked up the placement.
Is this the thing where it's better to be zoomed out?
It's better to be zoomed out. For whatever reason, if you zoom too far in, Live2D will refuse to place it on the line. Yeah, okay, and then you can just Control Z to make sure that it's, you know, back where you want it. Okay, and then we are gonna want to place the halfway points between the center and the end points. Okay?
Because that's how we can make the 3.
That's how we can make the 3, exactly.
And I should make sure that these move. Yeah, okay. I wanted to make sure that they move.
Yeah.
The points that I added.
Correct. And if you hold down shift when you're like, if you're like repositioning, it'll make sure that it stays in a straight line.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Okay, now we got all those, and now we're gonna go over into our inspector tab once they're placed. And here it says deform path width, and we're gonna want to turn that way down until our big circles are itty bitty circles that are not overlapping with each other. And I keep this at the deform path hardness. I tend to keep it about 50%.
Okay.
Okay. And then we're gonna go and click back to our arrow tool, our little cursor button.
Oh, up at the top, you
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. Okay, and now the left-hand mouth form, which is what we're on, this is our frowny face. Meh. Okay? So all we're gonna do for the frowny face is we're gonna go ahead and select 1, 2, 3, 4. If you hold down shift, you can select multiples. So I clicked on 1, 2, 3, 4 dots.
Everything but the middle, is that correct?
Yep. Okay, and then you're gonna keep holding down shift, and if you hover your cursor in the center on like right over the center green dot, you should get the little 4 arrow icon instead of the cursor, and then you're gonna keep holding shift and gonna click and drag down. Good job. And then we're gonna hold down our alt button and then go to the side, and we're gonna pull in. Okay. And because alt will ensure that it pulls both sides in evenly.
Hold on, I have to. I grabbed the out. Oh fudge! I clicked off it by
That's
mistake.
okay.
That's
Just
okay. I just
click
clicked
back
the
on your
mouse
mouth line and hold down shift and select your dots again.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep. And then hold down alt and nudge in the edge.
What do you mean nudge in the edge?
The outside your box, this the red box. If you hold down alt, this box is what we need.
I see it. I have to zoom in. It's hard to see. It's very small.
Yeah. So we're just gonna nudge it in a little bit. Yeah. And then we're gonna deselect the 2 center ones so that we just have the edges. The 2 outside points. Hold down shift when you select on the 2 center ones to unselect them and keep the other ones. Okay, and then we're gonna bring these ones down a little bit more.
By holding shift again this time?
Yep.
Or
Holding shift again.
oh, it didn't grab both.
Yeah, if you control Z, now hold down, you have to hold down shift and pull in the center. Remember, like we did for the first one?
That's right.
Yeah, yep. Hold down shift and pull in the center. There you go. The rocks are pogging. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, and then, so we're looking at this and I'm saying, you know, I feel like this is still a little bit big for this is going to be our closed mouth frown. So all we're going to do is we're just going to keep nudging this, like we're going to grab our points and we're going to nudge them a little bit more in. Going to grab all 4 and nudge a little bit in. And then I'm going to grab the bottom 2 and I'm probably going to pull them up a little bit so that they're narrower, but you can just keep nudging until you feel like you're like, you know what, this is what a closed mouth frown is gonna look like for my rock. It is very much up to you how much you want to change it, but here, let me go click on this. You see, this is what mine ended up looking like. Okay.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we're gonna go on to our inner mouth layer.
Okay.
Okay. We are gonna give... Well, I guess it's actually a question. How fancy do you want to get with the mouth rigging? Do we want to do like quick and dirty on the inner mouth, or do we want to do a little bit more?
I don't have any preferences.
Okay. Let's do a little bit more then. We're gonna make the deform path again, like we did on that mouth, and this time we're gonna do on the upper mouth. Do you remember where that is? Yeah, that. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just watching what you're doing.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna essentially outline the mouth. Okay, we're gonna just do. I don't know why I went outside because I want it here. Yeah, we're basically just gonna outline the mouth, and this gives us the ability to, even though we did like just all one layer, we can still have like a little bit of mouth shapes on the bottom mouth. And just try and get them as symmetrical as you can on the placement. And then we do the same thing here where we bring down the circles to like not be overlapping. And if you need to like relocate the circles a little bit to optimize that, you can.
I love you. When we moved the circles, I just clicked on it to move it, right?
Click and drag, yeah.
My line feels much more curvy than yours.
How many points did you put? I have 1, 2, 3 at the top, and then each side has 2, and then there's 1 in the center.
Yeah, I have the same number as you. I kind of tried to copy as you were doing it.
Okay, and you said yours feels a lot curvier. So I think one of the issues is, where is the curve happening? I'm assuming towards the top corner.
Yeah, the top left corner is very curvy, and then the top line is just not straight.
Yeah, the top line isn't going to be perfectly straight, but what will help with that is if you grab these points and move them up a little bit. Not the bottom one, specifically the side. Yeah, if you look this on the side. Yeah, the side ones that are slightly closer to the top, that's if you move them to the top, it'll give you a little bit more control there.
Okay.
You all good? And you change, now you gotta change the deform path width. You gotta lower it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I don't remember. There we go. Sure.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, now we're gonna go back to our arrow tool, and now we're gonna rig this for mouth closed. Okay. Now we are gonna cheat a little bit with this. Okay. We're gonna make sure we're not clicked on any of the points, and we're just clicked on the inner mouth. Okay.
Inner mouth.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, now we're gonna hold down. This whole software looks like it needs to be studied. Yes, agree. Okay, hold down your Alt, and we're gonna bring in the sides until they line up. Yours are pretty lined up, so like you don't gotta worry about it too much. And then you're gonna not hold down Alt and bring the bottom all the way up. Up, 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 up.
Even more up?
Yeah, up. There. Good.
Oh my God, look at my little frowny face.
Yeah. Okay, now we're gonna select both the inner mouth and the mouth line.
Okay.
Okay, Control-Shift-C.
Control-Shift-C.
Okay, and then right-click on the mouth open right-hand parameter. Okay, Control-Shift-B. Okay, and now, yep, so we copy-pasted that keyform, and now what we're gonna do is we're gonna make these into our open, like, frowny Anki face. So for here, we'll drag this down, and we'll make it a little bit wider.
Oh, I have to select just the inner mouth now.
Yeah.
That's right.
Drag down and then hold down Alt to make it wider. We are going to make it wider than the closed mouth frowny because we're going to be expanding that. Yep. And then we're going to click on the center bottom point. And then we're just going to hold down Shift and bring it up. Yeah. Okay. And then for the mouth line, all we're gonna do is we're gonna select the same 4 points we did last time. It looks like Control-Z if it does that, because it means that you moved a point. It clicked off of the ones you had before, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mouth line.
Yeah, so if you're clicking and holding down Shift and all of a sudden it just clicks one, just hit Control-Z one time. Okay, now we're gonna hold down Alt and expand until the bottom line is lined up. Okay, and then we're gonna hold down Shift and we're gonna deselect the bottom two. Okay, and now we're gonna bring these two that we still have up a little bit, and then we're gonna hold down Alt and make it a little bit wider.
Oh, hold on. I did it.
Yeah.
I do the middle thing, that's
Yep.
right.
And you
To
hold
bring
down
them up.
Shift and pull it up. And then Alt and expand it. Yeah. And now we're just gonna keep like nudging these in these exact movements that we've done. And we can keep moving them until we get a little bit of a shape that we're happy with, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But it is gonna be generally this shape.
What if I like the shape I have right now and
Then
big
go
little
for it.
sad fish, the sad fish face? Blip, blip, blip.
Yeah, go for it. Now, the only issue I'm running into, and if you run into this too, where you're like, when I try and bring these in, we're running into an issue where it's overlapping too much with, you see that? Because it's reverse clipping. You can just kind of like try and get it as close as you can. You can also go into the mouth flap and you can touch and mess with any of the points that are not highlighted. So I can like go and bring these points up if I need to. But I'm not gonna mess too much with it. Okay, so now we should have, if we go and we go over here into our parameter list, if we should be able to click and drag on our mouth open, left to right.
Oh my god, I can talk now. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. And now we're just gonna do that for our base mouth form and then our smile. Okay?
Oh my god, I did it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so right click on the center mouth form. This is gonna be our base. Personally, I always rig this as a slight smile. I always rig this as a little 3. You don't have to. Whatever you want your base mouth to be, that is fine. If you want to have it be a 3, how I do the center mouth form, you gotta make sure you're clicked on your mouth line, okay? Yeah. Okay, I grab these 2 points, hold down Shift, pull them down, and then, and this is important, for the base mouth form, I select all these 4 points and I bring them in a little bit and bring them up a little bit so that it's just a little bit of a 3 mouth. And then when we go to the smile, I make a bigger 3 mouth.
I'm trying to find my little draggy button when I do the shift. Drag. I don't see it.
I think click off the mouth again and click back on the mouth layer. Because it looks like you got rid of the box. Yeah, the mouth line layer. And now hold down Shift. Is the box showing up?
Yes, I still have that green mouth warp box.
No, the red box around your points.
Oh, no, I do not see it.
I don't know what you did. That means you clicked something to get rid of the box, and I remember there's a way to make it come back, but that's why it's not showing up, is you're not getting, not a red box around the whole mouth, but basically, you see how I have a red box around the whole lip line here?
Yes.
And then when I hold down Shift and select these, I have a tiny little red box around these. You don't have that?
No, I do not.
Okay, now I have to look up how to make that come back, because I've had that issue before and I don't remember what I did to make it go away or come back, because that isn't an issue I've had since when I first learned Live2D. how to get rid of, or how to make the bounding box return. Okay, your mouth is indeed still key formed. And, oh, Jay, are you right-clicked on the center parameter?
Nope, I've left-clicked.
Yes, you must right-click. As soon as I saw something be like, oh, you're not on a keyform, and I was like, oh, but we did keyform, and I was like, Jay doesn't know. You have to right-click, or you won't be exactly on the keyform. So if you right-click, you will be there, and then it is recording. Otherwise, it's not recording, and no, the box won't show up. All good?
Yes. So
Okay.
I'm making my little 3.
Yep, and then grab the 4 and move
outside.
them in and up a little bit so we have a smaller 3. We want a smaller 3 than what we're going to do for our big, happy mouth. This is our basic mouth, not our smile. This is our resting mouth.
I have to do the alt drag, that's right.
Yeah. And then we're going to do the same thing we did for the closed mouth on the other form where we just drag it in and then drag it up.
And so to do that, I go back to my mouth.
Inner mouth. Yep.
And
Hold down Alt, drag in the sides.
Nope. Hold Alt.
Sides. Not the bottom corner, the sides. The side, there you go. Yeah. And then let go of Alt and drag it up.
Because we're going to copy it.
Yes, this is our closed mouth form.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so now that we have this, we're going to select both of them. Both layers, Control-Shift-C.
C.
And then we're going to right-click on the mouth open on the left-hand side. I mean, on the right-hand side. I know how, mouth open, not mouth form. Yeah, there you go. And then Control-Shift-V. And then for the inner mouth, we can just drag it down.
Nope, I have to do just the inner mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And then drag it down.
Yeah, and we don't want this to be really, really big, because that's going to be on our really, really big one. And we can say, you know what? I'm void, and I think I still made this too wide. So I'm going to go back over here, and I'm going to narrow my mouth even more personally, to make it a little very, very will smile. And then I'm gonna paste it again over here, and then drag this back down. And say, yeah, I think I like that a lot better.
Oh yeah, now I can do the slidey thing?
Yeah, now you can do the slidey thing. Yeah.
This makes so much more sense now versus just watching you in the various times I've watched you.
Yeah.
Now that I know what the clicks mean.
Okay, now we're gonna right-click on the left-hand keyform for mouth open. That's because that's where our mouth is closed. And then we're gonna right-click on the right-hand keyform for mouth form, because this is where our smile keyform is. Now we're gonna click on our mouth line, and this is where we're making a big 3. Big 3. Okay? Big.
Yes.
Okay? You think you can handle making a big 3?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Big. Big.
And I don't want to change my center point, correct?
You can if you want. I just typically don't for these mouths.
I'm just thinking about, like, I'm going to make it more dramatic. So to do that, I need to make sure I'm making the difference between my brain, I think, is thinking it. I want to move these two up more so that...
That is indeed one big 3. Thank you.
Yeah, and think I'm gonna move this. Oops. I have to do it with the alt because it's on sides like this. Yeah. Big 3.
Big, yeah. And then once you have your big 3, we're gonna do the same thing that we did on the other ones to make the closed mouth, which is just boop. And you don't have to make it smaller because, like, you don't have to do the side, bring the sides in because we made the mouth bigger here. Yeah.
So I'm gonna go here and I
just drag it up.
Drag it up.
Mm-hmm.
With this button. There we go.
There you go. And then we're gonna select the inner mouth and the mouth line again. Control-Shift-C. And then right-click on the right-hand mouth open. Control-Shift-V. And then we can just do... We make the mouth whatever shape it is we want here. We can probably make it a little bit bigger, a little bit down. You're gonna want to hold down Alt to do that.
Yeah, I keep doing it every time.
Yeah. Okay, now whenever you're done with that, are you all set with that one? You think you're happy with the mouth open?
I want to fix this one corner thing, because I don't like that those don't quite connect.
Yeah, so I would bring your inner mouth in a little bit. It looks like it's just extending too far. Not your mouth line, your inner mouth. I would hold down Alt and just nudge the sides in. Yeah. Cool. Okay. We good?
Yeah.
Okay, now in our parameter list over here, you see where it says mouth form? You see on the left of that, it has almost like a little chain link?
Yes.
Click that. Okay, and now you can drag this around to it all in this whole to get our talking.
Oh my god, I did it!
You did! And then here's a really, really fun thing we can do. Are you ready?
Yeah.
We're gonna click modeling, which is at the top, all the way up here. Modeling. At the bottom it says physics settings. Okay. And now, oh gosh, my physics setting window is too big. Hold on. Okay, and now in here, we are just gonna go ahead and hit this little play button right here. Oop.
Oh my god, I'm talking.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, it's so cute.
You did a really good job.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, you rigged a mouth. And congratulations, because like that is borderline just the most difficult part of this entire model that we just did. If you can do that, basically everything from here is just easy peasy. Okay?
I'm so excited.
Yeah. Wow, that's incredible. Thank you, Cod. But yeah, there we go. See? Now we got a mouth. We can close out of the physics parameter. And now that we have our mouth, our resting mouth, if you right click on the bottom center point, that will be our resting mouth. Yep, beautiful. Okay. I am gonna go ahead and say it is 7 p.m. my time. I would like to at least get the setup done for the eyes, but I don't know if we're gonna have time to rig them today.
Does that sound good? Sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, good job, guys. Thank you, Con. Also, Nyx, hi. Woo. Okay, so if you guys remember, I said I was gonna go over how to separate these in Live2D. If you didn't separate out left from right in your art program. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna select all of our eye layers, the eye line, the eye white, the pupil, and the eye shine. Okay. Been watching but not really chatting, brain running on Ep2D. Yeah, that's so valid. Mine too. Okay. Then we're gonna go to our auto mesh generator, and we're gonna go ahead and for these eyes only, in general, you would probably hand mesh eyes or use the eyelash. For these, we don't need to. It doesn't matter. They're not gonna be deformed. So I'm gonna go ahead and use my flesh mesh generator. Which, you ready for that one, Jay?
Yes.
50.
Okay.
50.
Okay.
6.
Okay.
0.
Okay.
5.
Okay.
10.
Okay.
0.
0.
And then you can save that as flash. And the whole concept here is many points, lots of move, few points, few move. Okay? The squishier or wigglier something is, the heavier you want the mesh to be. For things like, oh no, rocks, you don't really need a lot. And for these eyes, we have made googly eyes, and so they are not going to have eye physics. At least not traditional eye physics. They're not going to do anything traditional eyes do. Oh my gosh, mix it up does not.
We had the same thought process.
Yeah. Okay, so that's our flash, and we're just gonna exit that. Fantastic.
It tried to make the mesh. It worked really hard. This one doesn't look nearly as bad as the mouth one, in my opinion.
Yeah. Also, that is so weird. Does Mix It Up just randomly choose which stream to send it to? Because last time it did it, it sent it to Twitch. And this time it looks like it sent it to YouTube. Can somebody tell Tasa I love them? Also, hi Kat, I love you. I hope you're doing well. Okay. Now we've got these ones, right? And now we're gonna keep selecting all those. We're gonna do Control C, Control V.
I'm sorry, can you, I was too busy thinking about the saying I love you to Tasa. Can you repeat that?
Keep all the eye layers selected, Control C, Control V. Just copy paste.
Okay.
Did you get the copy paste?
I thought I did. I did Control C and Control V. And
You have them select? No. Control C. Did you like double tap the C?
I didn't double tap, but I'll try again.
Yeah, like I said, that's why I always do double, triple tap, because there you go. Do you see what I mean? It does. That's why I say I get in the habit of like multi-tapping because it does not always select. Okay, now that we've got this, we can just click on the deformer it just gave us that says deformer position adjusting. You just click on that one and then delete that. We don't need that.
Bye.
Okay. Now we're gonna go and select the eye line, eye white, pupil, eye shine, the ones that don't have a 2 after them.
Mine did not auto name with 2s, but I can add 2s to them.
You don't need to add a 2. That's actually a setting, and I forgot that was a setting. But it doesn't matter.
Left and right, or does it not matter yet?
It doesn't matter yet.
Cool.
So just select one of each.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, and then we're gonna go into our manual mesh.
Manual mesh. Yes.
And then we're gonna take our eraser. And then if you hold down B and click and drag, it changes the size. If you click and drag to the right, It makes it bigger if we click and drag it. Yeah. And then we're just gonna erase one eye. It does not matter which.
Goodbye, eye.
Okay, and then just click the check mark. And then we're gonna go do the same thing on the other one, but get rid of the opposite eye.
Okay. Go into the mesh. And then I do the erase.
Yeah, because anything not surrounded by a mesh does not exist, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, and then now with these selected, we can say, oh, I can move this around, and it just moves around the one eye.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And same thing, if I select these, it'll just move around the one eye. Even though they came in on the same layer, now they have their own separate layers. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
It is. Now, I wouldn't recommend doing this typically, because Live2D, when you export it, you need to make something called a texture atlas. A texture atlas is a file that has all of your layers but laid out in a single thing, like next to each other. Okay? Yeah. And so the layers stay together, and even though we quote-unquote separated them here, they'll still be one layer in the texture atlas, and it gives you less room to move things around and place them. Like, they'll be connected to each other. And as you can see, there's this huge gap in between them, but when we're placing them on the texture atlas, they're going to be together like this. And so you can't move them any closer together to get rid of gaps. And gaps in texture atlases are really annoying. And you basically want to take up as little space as possible in a texture atlas. So it's not generally recommended to do it this way. But I will do it this way for smaller things such as eyes, depending on how much I care about separating them out. But yeah, I don't know, do so at your own risk, I guess, is the best way to put that. Okay. Now what we are gonna do is we are going to go to the mouth flap layer. Okay, we're gonna Control C, Control V. Okay, and then we're gonna turn the opacity up on this for right now. Okay, and then we're gonna go place this like an eyebrow over our right model left eye. And the reason why we turned the opacity up was so that we could see it properly. Now, Jay, yours is by far not large enough for what we want. And so what we're gonna do here is you're just gonna hold down the Alt and expand it sideways. Yeah, and then you are not gonna drag it upwards. This is what you're gonna do. You're gonna select these top points, like that. You can just click and drag across the top points. And then you're gonna expand it like this. You're gonna just drag the top up. Yeah, good job. We might have to edit it more later, but like, it's not.
My eyebrows are pretty great. I'd say they're pretty fetch.
They're not gonna be eyebrows. We're turning the opacity right off right now. But yeah, so opacity off, and we're gonna rename this. We're gonna name this. We're gonna name this. IL clip, okay?
Does that go in the ID as well?
Yes. If it wouldn't hate me, why will you not let me edit the ID? That's fine. It's definitely because the program needs to be restarted. As a heads up, if you ever have an issue with Live2D and you're like, it should do this, but it like doesn't, Oh, there we go. Okay, well, it just let me by clicking off and clicking back on, so that's good. Sometimes the program just is having a fit and you just need to restart the program. It's just reality. Okay, so now we have this IL clip. We're gonna copy. Okay, and then we are going to go over to the eye white and eye line. Okay, and the only issue with doing it clipping versus warping is that it does give us limitations for like the eye shake, but I think it won't actually cause an issue. We're gonna click all of them, the eye shine, the pupil, the eye white, the eye line, and we're gonna make this the clipping ID, and we're gonna make it an inverted mask. Did you just copy paste it, Jay?
I did, and it didn't do the right name, so then I guess you can't do it that way. It's doing mouth flap 2 even though I changed that name.
Did you? Go back and look at it.
Why didn't it change?
Did you hit enter?
No.
That was because you didn't hit enter. There you go. Okay, and now what we should be able to do is if we move it, if we move our reverse clipping layer,
oh yeah, I have to hit something to move it, don't I?
Nope, you have to hover over the center of it.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that is how we're gonna get, hold on, Anky Eye. Right? Okay. So that's what we'll be doing there. Yes, we're erasing the eye, Steven. You're so right. Okay, now we're just gonna do the setup. Maybe we could do the eye rig today. We'll see. Is it bad that you just want a static pet rock mascot now? No, that's so valid.
Well, hello, Nix. Speaking of people who might be able to make pet rocks. No.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go in to our pupil.
Okay.
Okay, and we're gonna make a warp around it, and we're gonna call this pupil physics, which I just shorten it to Fizz.
Does my mesh need to be fixed because my auto mesh? Okay.
Nope, none of this is being warped.
So you say I go into my pupil, and then you go
Make
into
a warp deformer.
That's the weird this one.
And then we're gonna call it pupil Fizz. So does this act as an eyelid? That is correct, Concon. It does kind of act as an eyelid. Typically, sorry, you can just hit create now. Typically how you would do an eye is not like this. Typically what we would do is instead, and Jay, don't touch anything, I'm just showing what we would normally do. Instead we would take the eye white as our clipping ID. We would copy that and then paste it as our clipping ID without an inverted mask onto all of the inner parts, so your pupil, etc. And then when you move these, they won't be able to be seen outside of the eye white. And then the eye white would be warped for open and close. But that is not what Jay wanted to go with. Jay wanted to not warp the eye. So this is where we went with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so we got the pupil in the pupil physics box. And then we are gonna take the pupil physics box and we're gonna also select the eye shine, the eye white, and the eye line. but not the pupil.
The eye shine, the eye white. Oops.
Yep, and the eye line.
Okay.
Okay, and then we're gonna throw all those into a warp deformer, and we're just gonna call that IL warp create, and then we're gonna take IL warp. Oh no, and first, before we do what I was thinking of, actually, because I was like, oh, we don't need all the typical warp deformers. Yes, the fuck we do. We still need one, so we're gonna undo that one. Sorry, I forgot we still need one of the typical ones, which is we're gonna put the pupil physics, the eye shine, and the eye white into their own warp deformer. That one is gonna be called IL white close. Okay, and then we're gonna put the eye line in one called IL line close, because we are still gonna do a teeny tiny bit of stuff on the close, and that is important. Okay, you got that one? And then we're gonna take the IL line close with the IL white close, and we're gonna put both of those in the warp, and this is gonna be the IL warp. Okay? And then we're gonna go take our IL clip. It's gonna go in its own deformer, and we're gonna call that IL forms, I guess is a fine way to call it. And then that one's gonna go in IL clip close. Good. Okay. And then we're gonna take IL clip close and IL warp. Grab both of those. No, we're gonna be smart because we don't want a warp deformer that big because it really doesn't need to be for what we're doing it. We're gonna take the IL warp, we're gonna put it in a deformer, and we're gonna call that IL XY. Click create, and then we're gonna go and click on the IL clip close, and we're gonna in our deformer list and not in our parts list, because that's gonna be your easiest way. Your deformer list is at the bottom. You're gonna click on the IL clip close, and you're gonna drag it until it's hovering over the IL XY, and it'll turn red. And then, so we're gonna drop it in this. Normally you wouldn't want to do this because, as you can see, the clip close is so much bigger than the IL XY, and it's half out of the IL XY, which would be a problem if, and if you look at what I'm doing, if we were going to be doing this, if we were going to be warping like this, but we are not doing this. We're not warping like this. We're just doing this. So therefore it is not an issue, because it will move with it like that. The issue is just when you're warping. But now you want to do it like that? Go for it, Steven. Nobody's stopping you. Oh my god, Rocky's eye. I think, what did we name him? I don't remember.
I don't either.
We've been going at this too long. Okay, I have a proposal. I vote we at least do the physics, because I think you'll really like it. Okay.
Can I send you a picture of my deformer order so I can make sure that it's correct?
I'll just go through the full deformer order with you right now.
Okay.
Can I read them? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Because I want to make sure it's going through, like, on stream. If you didn't follow, then nobody else followed. Okay?
I was watching your captions covered up at one point, so I just want to make sure I have it even.
Yeah, so if you need to, I'm just saying, if you need to double check, then probably other people need to as well. Okay, so we have the eye white and eye shine are going to be in one called IL white close.
Yes.
Okay, your pupil is going to be inside pupil physics. Oh, sorry. The pupil physics is also in the IL white close.
Yes.
So pupil is in pupil physics, and then pupil physics eye white, eye shine are in IL white close. Okay,
Yes.
and then you can click the little arrow to close that, so we know we already did that one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then you have the IL line is inside IL line close.
Yes.
Okay, and then both the IL line close and the IL white close are inside IL warp.
Yes.
Okay, so then we close that, and then over here we have the IL clip is inside IL forms.
Mm-hmm.
And then IL forms is inside IL clip close.
Yes.
Okay, and then the IL clip close and the IL warp are inside IL XY.
Perfect. Yes.
Good job. Okay, so we are gonna now make a folder in our parameters list so that we know where stuff is. Okay, so right underneath our parameters list is this handy dandy little folder thing. Okay, make sure you're clicked on like the angle X, which is at the top of the list, so that it makes the folder right under it, because or else it's gonna put it like at the bottom of the list and it's stupid. Okay, so then we're gonna click the create new folder. Okay, and then we're gonna name this IL. Okay.
Okay.
And now we're gonna go grab all of the IL forms. We got IL open, IL smile. You know, did not occur to me. We don't have a IL smile. If we want to be able to do a smile, we'll have to make another quote unquote lid. But I was kind of just looking to do eggy eyes. That was all I thought about doing this.
Yeah, I'm pretty flexible. I'm not worried.
And then we're gonna go get all of our brow forms. So brow LY, brow LX, brow L angle, brow L form. All of these selected, and then click and drag them into the IL folder.
Okay.
Okay, and then if you click on the little folder, it'll open it.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay, now we're gonna click on brow form, and we're gonna add some stuff at the bottom. No.
Okay.
We're adding our own parameters. We're going off the rails, Jay. Okay, so if you click at the bottom, the little plus says create new parameter. We're gonna call this ILFizz1, okay? And then we're gonna Control A, Control C, Tab, Control V, so that the name and the ID are the same.
Yep.
Okay. And then we want our minimum 30, default 0, max, sorry, minimum negative 30, default 0, maximum 30.
Perfect. That's what it's defaulting to me for.
It is, but I have to say this because the default is going to be different because it's going to auto update from whatever the last one you made is.
That makes sense.
Okay, and then you're going to hit OK, and then we're going to do a plus again, and we're going to call this ILFizz2. Control A, Control C, Tab, Control V, and it should keep the negative 30, 0, 30 from our last one. Hit OK.
Okay.
Okay, and now we're gonna go to our into our pupil physics per warp deformer. Okay. You got that?
There we go. I found my pupil.
Okay. I am gonna center this because I should have centered this to start with, but I was focused on how derpy it looked. You want it relatively centered to start with. Which, again, I should have done. But... Okay, and then you're gonna select the two IL physics parameters and hit the 3 dots. That is gonna key it to both. Okay, great. Okay, now we're gonna right click on the left hand one for Fizz1. Okay, and we're also gonna make sure we're back to only selecting just one parameter because you have both highlighted, so we want to make sure just that one. Okay, and now for this, we're gonna, guess what? For the left-hand parameter, we're gonna move it to the left. If you hold down Shift and drag from the center, it will go in a straight line. Okay, we don't want it to hit quite the edge, especially now. You're gonna have a harder time than I am, Jay. I'm gonna tell you that right now. because I have a perfect circle to work with. You have an oval that is also on a diagonal. So this is going to be harder for you, but we're going to work with that.
Before you continue, were you typing numbers with your number key?
Oh my god, I was!
I just looked over and noticed some of the scrimshes.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, y'all. Okay, there we go. Okay, fixed. Thank you.
You're also
Yeah.
seeing okay, as long as you're good now.
Okay, so and now we're gonna go and click our little hamburger menu in the parameters list. Little hamburger. There you go. Okay, and then we're gonna click reflect motion. Okay, and then reflect horizontally. Okay, and then hit OK. And then if we click and drag, it should go perfectly side to side. Now for yours, you're gonna need to adjust yours because again, yours is not a perfect circle.
Yeah. So on go ahead. I'm sorry. I was gonna ask if my thought process was right.
No, go for it. I believe in you.
So with myself right-clicked on the IL Fizz on the Fizz one on the rightmost side, then I could shift and drag it in a little bit to fix it.
Yeah, exactly. Good job. I was being crushed by squishes. Okay, beautiful. And now we should have our left to right. Now, if you're me, you realize that your center was not properly centered, so I'm gonna center it a little bit more. Because I should have centered to start with, but I didn't. I should have centered during the art. But again, I was over here just being like, derby rock. Okay, there we go. That's much better. Okay, now we're going to right click on the center for Fizz 1. Okay, and now we're going to right click on the left for Fizz 2.
Okay.
Okay. And then we're gonna hold down shift and drag it down. Left is down, right is up. That is just typically how it works, okay?
Now question, about what would look good. My eyes, when I drew them, they're kind of just slightly angled ovals. They're not straight up and down.
You can do it to an angle. Yeah, we're gonna have some options for how to make this movement. Currently, what we're making is a circular movement, but we are gonna go over some other different types of movement we can do. Okay, so then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna reflect my motion. You can try it, but it might not work. And then instead of reflecting horizontally, we're gonna do it vertically. So now I have up, down. Do you remember how to reflect?
Yes.
Okay. You made sure to hit vertically?
I did.
Okay. So now you should have up, down. If you drag on that parameter, up, down. Yeah, like I said, it might not work because you didn't go correctly.
I know, and it's fine because I'm gonna just rekey it, but it's really funny.
Yeah, you can just shift it to the left. Yeah, okay. Okay, now that we have our up, down, and then we have our left, right. Right?
No, I think I did something wrong.
No, you didn't. You have to right-click on the center for up, down, and then you can move left, right. You can only move one at a time right now. Because we're about to fix that. Okay, this is where we're gonna link the two, like we did with the mouth. Boop.
Okay.
Do you remember how? On the left-hand side? Yep. Boop. Good job.
Do I click both of them?
No, you just click the link on the top one.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, and then we're gonna hit the hamburger menu. Please stop touching. Click the hamburger menu. Okay, and then we're gonna go to the one that says synthesize corners. Okay, and then it should say, when it gives you a pop-up, it should say parameter 1 is IL Fizz 1 and parameter 2 is IL Fizz 2. Good? Okay, and then we're just gonna hit OK. There is no hot dog menu, Steven, unfortunately. We're gonna hit OK, and now you should have a circular motion. Now yours is gonna be wonky because you don't have a circle. But let's see. Go ahead and go in your circle and see. Does it do it properly? It does! Okay.
He's so beautiful and I love it.
Yeah, so one thing I'm seeing here is that my quarters are going outside of the eye white, which we don't want. And so instead, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna hit negative 25 and negative 25. And that looks like it's correct. And so now that I've typed those in, I can actually Control-Shift-C and then right-click back on the keyform and Control-Shift-V, and that will bring me right back to where I want it. And then I can do that for the other ones. Like this one is negative 25 and 30, so I'll make it negative 25 and 25. Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V, and that brings in our corners. And then, and this is the fun part, I'm gonna unlink them. And now I'm gonna select the ILFIZ1 and I'm gonna reflect this horizontally while it's on the up, while it's on the top parameter for ILFIZ2 and on the left parameter for ILFIZ1. I'm gonna reflect it, and now this fixes on that side, and then we're gonna do the same thing here where this is the keyform that I fixed. So we're gonna click on ILFIZ2 and we're gonna reflect that one horizontally, and now it does not want to fix that, so just kidding. Oh wait, no, duh, because I clicked on ILFIZ2 and that's not what I wanted. I meant ILFIZ1 was what I meant. I don't know why I said that. But yeah, ILFIZ2, and then when we link them back, we now have a perfect circle and it doesn't go outside. Okay, what do you need to fix, Jay?
So when I look at my top right, for example, right, I need to bring it in and up a little bit, I think.
I wouldn't bring it up because it is exactly the same height as what it's gonna be in your center. So you don't want to bring it up unless you want to change how high up you're having it to begin with. Because if you right click on the top middle one, that is your up. That is your up param that you keyed yourself. So
I definitely thought I made it go more up, but that's totally fine.
Okay, so you can correct it if you want. If you want to fix where that is, and then you can synthesize the corners again, and it will recalculate based on the new position.
So to do that, do I unlink and then fix it first?
You don't have to unlink. You can stay keyed on that. You only have to unlink if you're going to reflect motion. Is there a way to apply a masking so it cuts off the element as it overlaps? Yes. So there is a complex, annoying mechanism for when you want to have several types of clipping. Right now, which I went over this before, but the IL clip is what we have all of this clip to, so that we can do this, right? And because that's an invert mask, it is a reverse clipping mask, you can only clip in one direction. So all of the clipping things, all of the IDs that a layer is clipped to are either reverse clip or regular clip. So unfortunately, if we tried to go and take the eye white and clip the pupil to it as well, it would be reverse clip to both the eye white and the mask that we created, which means it just like isn't gonna show up unless it's over here. So because of the way that we're doing this, not really. Slash there is complex workarounds that we're not gonna get into today because they are complex. But yes, what you're talking about masking so it cuts off the element as it overlaps, I think what you're specifically talking about is if we were to not invert mask this. So if this were clipped to the eye white and not inverted, then what would happen is it only shows when it's on the eye white. See?
Okay. So I have a question about my next step. I did fix my IL1, the middle keyform, so it's up where I wanted it to be. Do I resynthesize the corners now?
Yes. And that's actually not IL1. I know it looks like it.
Oh,
So,
sorry, you're right.
So if you stay clicked onto that and then you unlink them, it'll show you what it looks like unlinked. And so you can tell what it actually is IL Physics 1 on the right-hand keyform and center of IL Phys 2. But if you relink them and click a corner, okay, and now unlink them, and you see it's both of them keyed, not on the center.
That's cool.
Yeah, so it'll all it is when you link them like this, it's just giving you a visualization for when you have both selected. Like, you don't need to have them linked like that. It just gives you a visualization for those parameters that otherwise you would have to like mentally visualize.
Okay. So now I can resynthesize.
Yeah.
And it's all the same info.
Yep. And now you can drag it around and make sure that all of it is what you want.
Yeah.
Okay, and now what we're gonna do is we're gonna click on the hamburger menu again.
Okay.
We're gonna hit extended interpolation.
Extended interpolation.
Yep, and the method. Hello? Oh, I'm so dumb. It's because I didn't have the physics thing selected. That's my bad. I forgot I clicked off it to go on the rant about clipping. Okay, extended interpolation, and then interpolation method is going to be ellipse.
Okay.
And then you can just close this. And now you have smoother circles. All it does is essentially add mini keyforms. All those blue dots are like mini keyforms in between the ones that you have selected, and it gives you like cleaner circles. Okay, and now we're gonna go make the physics for this. Ready? Modeling.
Okay.
Physics settings.
Okay.
Okay. Now, in here, we're gonna click add. Right next to it says group, add. You can make your physics window so much bigger, Jay.
Oh, I didn't realize that I didn't know that it was like something that was being hidden from me. Okay.
Yeah, I would extend your whole box so much bigger, like your whole screen. Yeah. Yeah,
it doesn't have like a full screen mode, so I'm just yelling at it.
I know. Okay. So add. Okay, and we're gonna call this IL. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Also, we're gonna wanna change our calculate FPS. Where it says calculate FPS, make it 60. You just kinda always want it 60. 60 is gonna be your optimal. It doesn't have to be.
Oh, good.
You
I happen to be on that.
Okay, good. Okay, now what we're gonna do here is we're gonna... Sorry, I gotta make this so much smaller so that y'all can see this, because I have mine so small because I only have one monitor. So also, do I have anything on? Did I click a thing again, or was I smart and I didn't use it?
You're good so far.
Okay, okay, so now we're gonna go over to our normalization of input, this section.
Okay.
Thank you for the simp sip. And the stretchies. Yeah. Big stretch. Okay. Okay, so in here, we're gonna make it -30 to 30. And then same thing here. These are good base settings, okay? -30 to 30 is just a good base setting for you to use for the normalizations, okay?
Okay.
Just when in doubt, that is just a good place to start. -30 to 30, okay?
Okay.
Now over here, this is where we're adding our input. So this is when these things happen, it will trigger our physics, okay? So what we're gonna put in here right now is we're gonna say IL open, IL smile. And since we don't technically have brows and these are gonna be more like eye forms, we're gonna select the brow forms as well. The brow Y, the brow X, the brow angle, the brow form, okay? Got all those?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and then hit OK.
So everything but the IL physics 1 and 2 for the eye.
Yeah. Now we can just set the effectiveness. I don't think we're gonna want to have this set as an angle for any of these. You know what? We can let's try setting the eye open as an angle. This is gonna be an interesting experiment because I've never done googly eyes before. So set the IL open as angle. And we can set the effectiveness to that for 20. Now here's the thing. Depending on the type, we only have angle and position type. The total effectiveness for each type can only equal 100. So between all of these, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are set to position, which means the maximum effectiveness any of them can have is 20 if we have them all set to exactly 20. But basically between those 5, it can only total 100. So we're just gonna set them all to 20.
Okay.
And you gotta remember to hit enter void after you type 20. Because this is a garbage program for garbage people. It's a lie. I love Live2D, but like, you know. Okay, so now we got all these set to 20. Okay, now we're gonna go down into our physics model settings down here. Okay, and we're gonna add 2 pendulums because we have 2 parameters. Generally speaking, you want the same number of pendulums as you have parameters, okay? Now, typically, you see this thing that says shaking influence, and it says 0.95. Typically, you look at that and you go, why the heck is that the preset? But you don't, because shaking influence is how much it continues shaking after the movement. But guess what we want with some googly eyes?
We want it to shake.
Yeah, so we want that. That's good. We can probably leave all of these settings, honestly, to start with, and we can mess with them later if we need to. Typically, these are all bad, but honestly, they might work well for the googly eyes. So we're going to go over where it says Input Settings, which is the tab we've been in. We're going to select the one next to it that says Output Settings. So if Input Settings are when those things are triggered, then the physics happens. So then what do you think the Output Settings are?
What they do when it stops being? I don't know.
The output is what happens.
Oh,
the input is what triggers the happening. The output is the what happens.
Got you.
This is a if-then statement. Input is if, output is then.
Yep.
Okay, so we're gonna click this add button right here. And then we're gonna select the ILFIS1, ILFIS2. And we're gonna hit OK.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, we are probably eventually gonna switch it up so that it's also triggered by like head turns, but we're just gonna start with this just so we can see how do we want the physics to look, because again, I've never rigged a googly eye before. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go over into our parameter list, which is right here. You see it?
Yep.
Okay, and then we're gonna go to the IL open, right? Or IL close, whatever it's called, and we're just gonna drag this back and forth a bunch. Okay. Woo! And you see it makes the pendulum shake, which is how we know that the input is working. But you say, but it's not moving anything. That's correct, because our output has not been scaled up. So now that we've moved that around a bunch, we're just gonna click this increase output button. Okay? You see it? Yep. Click increase output. Click yes. And now it's increased it. And now when we open and close the eye, it wiggles around. Wow. And I'm gonna
I'm
increase
gonna
my
create
output
this.
again. Oh, it's not gonna do that. So I'm just gonna scale mine. You can right click on the scale and click scale all. And I'm inputting it at 100 because mine are very, very limited. And so now mine is increased in the movement. Ah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. And now we have googly eyes.
Incredible.
Yeah. Googly eyes. Yeah. You happy with your googly eyes?
I am.
Yeah, googly eyes. Okay. Considering it is 7:30, I am gonna say that we have to end there, but I'm glad we did the googly eye physics. That makes me very, very happy. So
I feel
springy.
like I learned a lot.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna, oh gosh, you know what we haven't done like this entire time is saved this project ever. You guys save your projects, okay? Way more often than I do. So what we're gonna do before we hit file save as is we are gonna go into whatever folder we want to save our Live2D stuff in, okay? And we are gonna go over to, let's see. Do I have a Let's Learn Live2D folder? I thought I did, but I might not. I don't. I should do that at some point. Okay, so I'm gonna make a new folder, okay? And this one, you need to do this too. This one's gonna be called Pet Rock, okay? And then inside that folder, we're making 2 folders, okay? The first one is gonna be called Pet Rock Export, okay? And then the other one is gonna be Live2D or Pet Rock Live2D. Whichever one works for you. I just named them all Live2D, and then if you ever tried looking in my computer and searching the term Live2D, like all you would get would be 50,000 folders inside their other folders. How often should you save? Is it advisable to make periodic state backups? I would save all the time. Now, luckily, Live2D does keep its own backups in case it crashes, which is good. But you shouldn't necessarily rely upon those. It is ideal to like save pretty frequently. I think, for me, why I hadn't saved yet, why it hadn't like, I hadn't had the like, oh, I should save, is because for me, it's not about time, like the active time that's passed, but rather like where I'm at in a project. For me, a project like this, I would say I might even go through the whole thing without saving, because this would be a very, very quick project, right? So if I were to come in and just do this myself, start to finish, it probably wouldn't be something that I would feel like I needed to save, because it would be such a quick project. Whereas let's say if I'm doing like a full body model, you know, I would save upon import, I would save upon meshing the eyes and mouth, I would save upon completing the mouth, I would save upon completing the eyes. I'd probably save during, because that it's a lot of time and effort. Whereas like all of this is something that I could come back and like fix very quickly if like for some reason I lost something. So yeah, I would say save however often you've done enough work that you wouldn't want to have to redo it. That's the best way I can put it. Just try and avoid the pain of like, oh my gosh, that feels like a huge task to redo. For some people, For some people, like, every keyform for the mouth is a nightmare, and they never want to have to redo that again. And if that's the case, save after every keyform in the mouth. I think the goal is just to save yourself pain. Okay? Just save however often will keep you from having to redo something that will, like, make you really upset. Okay. For now that we have these folders, okay, we're gonna go into Live2D, File, Save As. Okay, and then we're gonna go and find the folder that is called Pet Rock, and then we're gonna go into the one that says Live2D, and then we're gonna save this in here as Pet Rock model. Save. And if you want, Jay, I am willing to do one last thing if it would bring you joy, which I think it would.
Sure.
We can do a quick export of the model so that you can actively talk with your Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so we're gonna do making the texture atlas. This is gonna be a very scuffed texture atlas. This is not how you should do it on the final export. This is just what we're doing for a quick rough test, okay? So we're gonna click Edit Texture Atlas up here next to our manual meshing button. Okay. And then a thing is gonna come up. You can just leave it as whatever it says the texture name, and then we're gonna change the size though. Okay, yeah. I always set it to the 4000 by 4000 to start with, and then click OK. And now it should automatically generate. Oh, that's what happened. My eyeshine doesn't have a art mesh. That's good to know. I'll fix that. Hold on one second. Let me fix my eyeshine. I was wondering where my eyeshine went. What? Oh, Live2D just decided to break my eyeshine? Apparently, is what's going on here? Is it just gone? It's just gone. It's claiming, Live2D, you made this mesh. And now the mesh is gone. It does this sometimes, okay? This program has a time. Yeah, no, it's just decided this layer doesn't exist. Don't worry, this happens sometimes, is not a big deal. Okay, does this one still exist? So I'm just gonna copy paste this and bring it over here. I knew I was like looking at it and I was like, I wonder why it's not here. Oh well, I'll figure it out later. It's because Live2D just broke the mesh. It made the mesh. It does this sometimes. Like, again, it's a program. All right. But that's fine. We got that fixed. I just took the other eyeshine. Okay, back into the texture atlas. Let's try this again. Now it won't yell at me that a thing doesn't exist because I fixed that. Okay, so it should auto-generate the placement. So these boxes is, remember when we were going and doing the manual meshing and we had to select all and hit delete? That was to get rid of these boxes because it comes with an art mesh when you import it, and the art mesh is simply a box. Okay? So that's what these are. And now that it's got all this in here, it should auto set up to the best of its ability everything it can fit in there. And the list on the right-hand side is everything it couldn't fit. So you can right-click and click Place Selected Object in the Texture Atlas. It'll place it in the top left-hand corner, and then you can click and drag it. And as you can see, this program is garbage at Tetris. Because obviously this could fit. I literally had to move 0 things to fit it. This program is garbage at Tetris. So if you can move it around and fit it, the only thing is it needs to not have any overlap with any other boxes. If it does, that's a problem, but don't worry, we can either make a new texture atlas or we can simply expand this one. I'm going to expand this one because, again, we are not looking for like a perfect texture atlas, we're just looking to test this. So in the top, I was going to say yours isn't going to work because it's a giant box. There's no turning it to make it fit. Click texture and then change texture size, and we're going to change the width to the 8,000. And then we should just be able to select all of these, click place, and then you got to go into your right hand list. No, hold on, Jay, yeah. Right hand list, click place. Yeah, and then we're going to click automatic layout. We're just going to click the button right here, automatic layout, okay. There you go. Oh, yours is not set at 100%. If you hit automatic layout, under scale, specify user 100%. Ooh. Oh, because it has the stupid boxes because it didn't want to register it properly. In that case, I would go ahead and put it to set automatically. So what this is going to do is when they're going to be scaled down, you have to select everything and put it back in first.
Oh.
Yeah. When things are scaled down, when things are less than 100%, it just means that they're going to be smaller on the texture atlas, which means they're not going to be as high definition. So you're basically just shrinking it down like if you had used a smaller art file to begin with. We're going to fix this later. When you have your proper art meshes, it's not going to do that to you because it's not going to be these giant boxes. So we're just going to leave that there. It doesn't have to look pretty for testing. So we're going to hit OK. And then we're going to hit OK at the bottom of the texture atlas generator, and it's going to generate, it's going to have a little progress bar here. Okay. And then once we have that, Jay, I'm so sorry.
Why are you sorry?
Because you're gonna sit here staring at that progress bar for a minute, apparently.
Oh, it's fine. Don't you know?
Oh my goodness.
There we go.
Okay, fantastic. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna do File, Export for Runtime, MOC3 file. Okay, and then in here, you're gonna wanna make sure it says SDK5/Cubism5.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna wanna make sure the first 3 boxes are not checked.
Yep.
Okay, and then we want export physics setting, export calculate FPS, export user data, export display information, export prevention of color leakage. Everything else should be normal, and then you can just hit OK.
Perfect.
Okay, and now we're gonna make sure that we put this into our Petrock export folder.
Okay.
And then hit save. Now it's gonna export. And while it's doing that, you are gonna go and find your Live2D, not your Live2D, your VTube Studio folder. Okay? You're gonna find your VTube Studio folder, which if you open up VTube Studio, it should give you a button that, like, you should be able to get it through VTube Studio if you don't know where it is. Okay, and then once you're in there, you're gonna go into Live2D models. And now that I'm in the Live2D models and my thing has finished exporting, all I'm gonna do is I am gonna go over to my Petrock export folder, I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna paste it into the Live2D models folder. And now we see my pet rock export is in here. And now, unfortunately, I do have to close this out because the first time you import a model, Live2D refuses to import it. It just hates it. So you have to close out not Live2D, VTube Studio. You have to close out VTube Studio. And reload it if you already have VTube Studio open, if you would like to import a new model and have it register.
Just remind me, I copy the Pet Rock export folder to my Live2D one? Okay.
Yes, into your Live2D models folder.
Yeah.
I love how it says my life to be models folder. This the captions is fascinating. You're gonna head off to bed. Really need to get on top of my sleep. Yeah, have a good night, Nix. Thanks so much for stopping by. I hope you sleep really well. Okay, and now we open up Live2D, not Live2D. We open up VTube Studio. Yeah, we need to be ending for me too. VTube Studio, we go to change model. And then in here, we're gonna type in the pet rock model. And that will bring up our pet rock. Okay, and then we're gonna just hit auto setup for this and we can fix it more later. And now, it's great. I don't have any tracking on right now. I've been doing it just through voice and mouse tracking. So I need 1 moment to turn on my phone and then we can see that it will track our mouth and it will track our eyes.
I also don't have my tracking on. Need settings. That one.
Do 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 do.
Oh, it doesn't want to pull the camera because OBS is open.
That's oof. Okay, but as you can see, I now have a working mouth and one eye that freaks out. It doesn't open and close because it doesn't know that it's supposed to open and close yet, because we didn't do that. But it does freak out because I am opening and closing my eye, and we said when eyes open and close, it shakes. Wow.
Amazing. Where is... I forgot how to change the mouse input. But that's
yeah. Okay, so how we're gonna do, if you would like to do it without tracking via camera, we're gonna go into our settings. Okay, we're gonna go into our, do you have your your mic already connected to VTube Studio?
It should be, yeah.
Okay, so then we go to model settings, and then in here, we are gonna scroll down. Oh, we also want our physics frame rate not matching app FPS. We want it at 60 because that's what we set it. Okay. Yeah, did you just skip? You don't want to do that part?
Yeah, not right now.
Okay. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna scroll down to we're gonna switch the eye open. Oh, sorry, that was up here. Eye open left. We can switch to auto blinking. It's like way at the top of the list.
Yeah, no, I had gone down for the mouth one. That's all I was looking for. Eye open. And I switch it from which one?
You just turn on the auto blinking button. Okay, and then we're gonna go down to the mouth. And then when we get to mouth smile, we're gonna go input and we're gonna change this to voice frequency plus mouth smile. There we go. Okay, and then for mouth open, it's gonna be voice volume plus mouth open. And now We have a thing that does this instead.
Yay! Now he talks.
Yeah. And then we can turn the smoothing up to like a 5 at least so that it just doesn't feel so wonky.
Yeah.
Now we have auto blinking. And now this is also, if y'all were wondering, I have not had any tracking on this entire time. I never have tracking on when I'm doing like art stuff. It's like so much. But you can also link things to like mouse movement and stuff. You can link things to a lot of stuff that doesn't require a camera, which also I think is important because a lot of people will be like, everybody says you need an iPhone, but you can go get a $30 webcam. You don't need a webcam. You don't need any visual tracking to be a VTuber. PNG tubers aside, you can use like a VTube Studio model 100%. Like you can use one of these with zero kind of like camera input at all. But yeah, so we got the mouth and we got the eyeball physics.
Yeah.
And the rest we are going to be leaving for next time.
Yeah, sounds good.
So we will be scheduling part 2. And we are gonna go over and look and see who we're gonna raid. Hold on. What? Oh my gosh, no, that's so funny. Okay. I was like, Twitch has to be wrong here. No, Boo went live a minute and 20 seconds ago. Boo, who raided us at the beginning of stream, we are gonna raid back in. Okay? We're gonna bring the raid back around. Okay, Boo is playing Among Us, and I am slightly concerned by the title being I have never been sussy in my life, of course not. So, you know, do with that information what you will. But yeah, thank you everybody for joining. This has been super fun. Jay, thank you so much for being a guest and for this fantastic idea. I'm loving how it's coming along so far. And yes, we can use that as a raid message. We come with pet rocks, sure. And I will be picking out a date and time. Jay and I will sort it out. And I will announce when we'll do a part 2 for this, okay? Thank you everybody. It's been so super amazing. I appreciate you all so much, and I can't wait to see you again next time. Bye.
Bye.